Imagine the moment early humans first understood a terrifying truth. Not just that others could die, but that they would die too, somewhere beside a fading fire, staring at a still body that would never rise again. The human mind crossed a threshold it could never uncross. From that moment on, fear changed, memory changed, and history itself changed. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. If this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy. A body lies still at the edge of the firelight, and for a long time no one moves. The night air is cold enough to sharpen every smell. Smoke drifts low beneath the trees. Beyond the circle of light, the dark is crowded with noises that have always mattered: paws in leaves, wings overhead, something breathing where nothing should be breathing. The living still watch for predators. They still listen for the crack of branches and the warning calls of birds. But tonight another danger sits among them, quieter than any leopard, stranger than any storm. One of their own has become something that no longer answers. A face they know is still there. The hands are still hands. The hair catches the same firelight. Yet whatever made that person present a few hours earlier has withdrawn so completely that the body already seems to belong to another category of existence. It is still human, and suddenly it is not. Somewhere in scenes like this, repeated over thousands upon thousands of nights, the deepest human realization begins to take shape, not simply that bodies can be injured, not simply that people can disappear, but that every life moves toward this stillness. That understanding does not arrive all at once. It is not a switch that flips in a single generation. It forms slowly, almost invisibly, over immense spans of time, as the human mind becomes capable of holding more than the immediate present. Long before cities, long before writing, long before temples or graveyards or philosophers trying to explain the soul, there are already creatures walking the Pleistocene world with minds unlike those of other animals in one important respect. They do not merely react, they remember, compare, anticipate, imagine. They can return mentally to yesterday and project themselves into tomorrow. Once a mind can do that with enough clarity, mortality becomes more than an event that happens to others. It becomes a fact that can settle inside consciousness and stay there. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. If this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy, the difficulty is that the first true encounter between humans and mortality leaves no written testimony. No one in the deep past explains what it feels like to watch a parent die, or to realize during an illness that recovery may not come, or to look at old age and see a future version of oneself. Archaeology gives bones, sediments, tools, pigments, marks on teeth, traces of fire, cut marks on animal remains, fragments of dwellings, the occasional footprint hardened into stone. It does not give direct access to the exact thoughts that pass through an early human mind. So the mystery has to be approached sideways. What survives in the record suggests a gradual expansion of awareness rather than a sudden revelation. The evidence remains incomplete, but it points toward a long prehistory in which fear of immediate danger slowly deepens into something more abstract and more haunting. Many animals respond to death in ways that are impossible to dismiss. Elephants touch bones. Some primates linger near dead infants. Certain birds gather around fallen companions. These behaviors matter because they warn against a crude assumption that only humans notice death at all. Other species clearly register loss, disruption, and the strange status of the lifeless body. But there is a difference between reacting to death and understanding mortality as an unavoidable condition of life. That second realization may require a bundle of mental abilities working together: long memory, social attachment, symbolic thought, future planning, and a sense of self extended through time. Early humans did not invent grief from nothing. They seem to have inherited emotional capacity from much older ancestors. What changes is the scale and structure of awareness. At some point, grief stops being only a response to absence and starts becoming part of a worldview. To understand how radical that change is, it helps to imagine the world before it happened. For most of evolutionary history, survival rewards attention to the immediate: hunger now, threat now, shelter now, mating, status, wounds, weather, pursuit, escape. A nervous system does not need a philosophy of death to avoid being eaten. It only needs fear, speed, pain, and the ability to learn from danger. Even among early hominins, living 2 million years ago or more, life is brutally exposed. Predators are everywhere. Infection can follow a small injury. Childbirth is dangerous. Drought strips the land bare. A broken limb may mean the end. In such a world, death is common, but commonness does not automatically produce reflection. In fact, the opposite may often be true. A creature overwhelmed by the need to survive the day has little room for contemplation. Mortality as an idea may arrive only when the mind becomes spacious enough to hold it. That expansion likely depends on several long developments in human evolution. One is the growth of social complexity. Another is the enlargement and reorganization of the brain, especially in ways that support memory, language, planning, and social reasoning. A third is the lengthening of childhood. Human children remain dependent for an unusually long time. That fact reshapes everything. It creates deep bonds between generations. It requires care, teaching, protection, patience, and coordinated effort. It also means that death is no longer just an individual event. It becomes a rupture in a network of dependence. When a mother dies, a child's future changes. When a skilled hunter dies, the group loses knowledge. When an elder dies, memory disappears with them. Mortality begins to gather weight not only because bodies fail, but because relationships, obligations, and knowledge are torn apart by that failure. There is also the matter of recognition. To know that others die is one thing. To know that you will die is another. The second insight may be among the most destabilizing thoughts any animal has ever evolved the capacity to think. It requires a sense of self that persists across time. It requires memory of the dead and enough imagination to place oneself among them. That does not mean early humans sit in caves conducting abstract philosophical debates. The realization may come in flashes instead. A child notices that the old do not remain. A hunter sees a wounded companion decline over days rather than moments. A woman who has buried one infant fears for the next. A group returns seasonally to a place where bones still lie. Patterns form. No single death teaches mortality. Repetition does. The landscapes in which this awareness develops are vast, unstable, and unsentimental. Ice sheets advance and retreat. Grasslands expand, then vanish. Rivers change course. Coasts drown. Deserts pulse between green and barren. Human ancestors move through East African savannas, wooded corridors, Eurasian cold steppes, Mediterranean margins, river valleys rich with game, uplands swept by wind. Everywhere, life is exposed to change. Climate does not merely shape survival, it shapes imagination. In a world where familiar waterholes dry up and herds fail to return, disappearance becomes part of ordinary experience. That may matter. The first sense of mortality may not emerge only from watching individuals die, but from living inside a larger pattern of vanishing. Seasons end, camps are abandoned, animals migrate away, children grow, parents stoop, scars remain, teeth wear down, bodies slow, time becomes visible. One of the lesser-known clues comes not from graves, which appear later in clearer form, but from long survival under difficult conditions. Some ancient human remains show severe injuries or impairments that healed. That implies care. A person who could not easily walk for weeks, or hunt effectively, or defend themselves alone, did not survive by accident. Others stayed with them. They shared food. They waited. They tolerated weakness. This matters because care changes the emotional environment around death. If a group invests effort in keeping someone alive, then the eventual failure of that effort becomes more meaningful. Mortality begins to take on duration. It is no longer only a sudden strike from predator or accident. It can become an extended process decline, hope, adjustment, loss. The emotional knowledge of death deepens when death has to be anticipated. There is an irony here. The very traits that make human life richer may also make mortality harder to bear. Memory preserves the dead. Attachment magnifies absence. Planning creates a future that death interrupts. Imagination populates the darkness with possibilities. Language, once it emerges in fuller form, allows loss to be shared, named, and repeated. A silent animal may feel distress when a companion disappears. A speaking human can revisit the disappearance again and again, building it into story. That is one reason mortality is not just a biological fact in human history. It becomes a cultural force. But before it becomes culture, before it becomes ritual or myth or theology, it is first a pressure inside the mind, the dawning recognition that this body can fail, that loved ones can vanish, and that no skill completely outruns the end. Scholars still debate how early this recognition truly begins. Some caution against pushing full human-like awareness too far back into the past. They are right to be careful. A chimpanzee's distress at death is not the same as a human meditation on impermanence, and an early Homo species making tools is not automatically a philosopher of extinction. No single explanation fully accounts for the birth of mortality awareness, because consciousness itself does not fossilize. Yet excessive caution can also flatten the depth of early minds. By the time hominins are coordinating hunts, transporting stone, caring for injured group members, and possibly using proto-language, they are already living in a cognitive world richer than mere reaction. The line between noticing death and understanding mortality may not be sharp. It may be a gradient, with many thresholds crossed so slowly that none of them looks dramatic in isolation. What probably comes first is not fear of one's own eventual death in the abstract, but a set of emotional recognitions anchored in the social world. Someone familiar becomes absent and stays absent. A body remains where agency has vanished. The group behaves differently around that body. Children are moved away or drawn closer. Predators show interest. Smells change. The ordinary routines of eating, grooming, moving, and sleeping bend around the presence of the dead. Their memory carries the person forward after the body changes. That gap between memory and matter may be one of the oldest wounds in human experience. The face is remembered alive even as the body is visibly not alive. The contradiction lingers. Out of that tension, thought grows. There is another threshold, and it may be the decisive one: delayed fear. Many animals fear immediate danger. Humans can fear a future event that has not yet occurred. This ability is useful. It allows planning. It supports caution, migration, food storage, shelter building, seasonal timing, but it also opens the door to anticipatory dread. Once a human mind can say, in whatever early cognitive form existed before full language, that what happened to him can happen to me, mortality enters inner life. The realization need not be constant. It may surface in sickness, childbirth, winter, old age, violence, dreams, or the sight of bones bleaching in a place once visited by the living. Even then, it may not yet become a settled philosophy, but it becomes possible to carry death before death arrives. The story, then, does not begin with tombs or priests or painted cave walls. It begins in a more fragile place, in the slow construction of a mind that can be troubled by continuity. The same capacity that lets humans remember where the herd moved last spring lets them remember who is missing from the fire tonight. The same capacity that lets them prepare for the cold season lets them imagine a season they themselves may not see. Mortality is not simply discovered as an external fact. It is created as an internal burden by the expansion of awareness. Nature provides death. Human cognition turns it into destiny. And once that happens, nothing in human life remains untouched. Care changes, memory changes, kinship changes, the treatment of bodies changes, places acquire emotional residue. Objects become reminders. Perhaps even the night sky begins to look different when viewed by a mind that knows it is temporary. The first humans who truly grasp their own mortality do not leave us a manifesto. They leave something more difficult and more powerful, a long trail of altered behavior, accumulating slowly through deep time until the species becomes one that not only dies, but knows it dies. The earliest part of this story is therefore the hardest to see and the hardest to measure, but perhaps also the most important. Before graves are dug, before bones are painted, before monuments rise, there is a quieter revolution unfolding in the dark. It happens in memory, in attachment, in repeated loss, in the ability to compare past and future, and in the dawning suspicion that life is not merely dangerous, but finite. That is where the human story of mortality likely begins, not with certainty, not with doctrine, but with an unease that grows sharper each time the firelight falls on a body that does not move. The dead do not enter the archaeological record as thoughts. They enter it as problems. A body begins to change almost at once. Skin cools, muscles slacken, insects arrive, scavengers follow scent. Weather does the rest. If no one intervenes, the landscape absorbs the person quickly, breaking the body apart and redistributing it through tooth, claw, water, soil, and time. That is why the earliest evidence for how humans responded to death is so sparse and so difficult to interpret. To find ancient bones at all is rare enough. To know whether those bones were noticed, protected, abandoned, moved, or meaningfully treated by others is rarer still. Yet this is where the trail begins, not with certainty, but with the first faint signs that some human groups no longer left their dead to the world in the same way they left the remains of prey. At first glance, the line between the two can be unsettlingly thin. Early humans cut flesh from animal bones. They broke long bones for marrow. They carried selected parts back to camp. They learned, in detail, how bodies come apart. Some of the same marks can appear on human remains, which immediately creates one of the oldest and most uncomfortable questions in prehistory. Were the dead being honoured, disposed of, consumed, protected, or simply treated according to practical needs under desperate conditions? Scholars still debate many individual cases because the bones themselves do not explain motive. A cut mark can tell us that flesh was removed. It cannot tell us whether the act came from hunger, ritual, violence, or a combination of these that no longer fits neatly into modern categories. Even so, certain patterns matter. The first important threshold may not be burial at all. It may be attention, a body that is moved, covered, revisited, or kept away from scavengers is already different from a body simply left where it falls. That distinction sounds small, but it may represent a profound change in human behavior. Once the dead are treated as requiring action, the living are no longer responding only to practical inconvenience. They're beginning to organize social behavior around the fact of death. The corpse becomes an object of concern. Some of the earliest and most debated evidence comes from sites associated with archaic humans and close relatives in the Lower and Middle Pleistocene. At Cima de los Huesos in Spain, deep within a cave system, the remains of at least 24 individuals were deposited more than 400,000 years ago. The site is extraordinary, both for the number of bodies and for the mystery of how they came to rest there. The bones belong to a population often considered ancestral or closely related to later Neanderthals. They were not scattered like ordinary predator kill sites. They accumulated in a difficult-to-access shaft deep underground. One interpretation suggests intentional deposition of bodies, perhaps one of the earliest known examples of the dead being placed somewhere apart from ordinary living space. Another interpretation is more cautious, arguing that geological processes or repeated accidents may account for the concentration. The evidence remains incomplete, but even the debate itself matters, because it points to a possibility once thought implausible that humans or near humans long before our own species may have recognized the dead as belonging somewhere special. If that possibility is real, then the implications are enormous. Deliberately moving a body into darkness, into the earth, into a hidden place away from daily activity, suggests more than mere disposal. It suggests selection. It suggests distinction. It may indicate a wish to separate the dead from the living, whether for emotional, sanitary, social, or symbolic reasons. Those reasons do not have to be fully religious to be meaningful. A group does not need an afterlife doctrine to feel that the dead cannot simply remain where they fell. In fact, one of the most plausible early motives is precisely that blend of practical and emotional urgency that later ritual often grows from. Bodies draw scavengers. They smell. They disturb camp life. They also resemble the person who is gone. They demand a response because they are both familiar and wrong. Long before formal burials become common, early humans likely confront this contradiction repeatedly. The corpse is not just matter. It is matter that still carries identity and visible form. That may be why so many later mortuary practices across cultures focus on managing transition. The dead must be moved, covered, burned, painted, wrapped, watched, or spoken over because they occupy an unstable category. In the earliest record, we cannot hear the words that accompanied such acts, if there were words at all, but we can sometimes glimpse the acts themselves, and the act of doing something to the dead, rather than nothing, may be one of the first archaeological fingerprints of mortality becoming socially real. One of the lesser-known clues lies in repeated patterns of body part selection. At several prehistoric sites, human bones are not represented equally. Some parts are missing, others cluster. Sometimes skulls appear to receive special treatment. Sometimes long bones are broken in ways that could be nutritional, ritual, or both. This unevenness complicates any simple story about the first funeral. The earliest responses to death may not look like what modern viewers expect. There may be no neat grave pit, no flowers, no peaceful pose. Instead, there may be fragmentation, rearrangement, or delayed treatment, with bodies first left exposed and later collected. Ethnographic parallels from more recent societies show that mortuary behaviour can be elaborate without resembling burial in the narrow sense. The dead may pass through stages, flesh may decompose elsewhere, bones may later be gathered, skulls may be retained. Mourning may unfold over months or years. That possibility warns against treating the absence of tidy graves as the absence of serious thought. At the same time, caution matters. Archaeology has a long history of over-reading intention into ambiguous evidence. A body in a pit is not automatically a burial. A cluster of bones in a cave is not automatically a ritual deposit. Natural traps, carnivore dens, flooding, sediment collapse, and later disturbance can produce deceptively meaningful-looking arrangements. No single explanation fully accounts for every early assemblage. That is why the best arguments rely on converging details: body articulation, sediment structure, associated tools, repeated site patterns, absence of tooth marks, unusual placement, or indications that bones remained undisturbed after deposition. The stronger the cluster of evidence, the more confident scholars become that the dead were not simply abandoned. What makes this so important is that leaving the dead behind is, in energetic terms, often the simpler choice. Moving a body costs time and strength. It may expose mourners to predators or rival groups. Digging is laborious with stone tools and bare hands. Carrying the dead across difficult terrain makes little sense unless some strong motive exists. That motive could still be practical, especially around hygiene or camp safety. But practical action can itself reveal new forms of thought. To remove the dead deliberately is to acknowledge that death changes the social environment. To choose a place for the body is to impose order on that change. This is where mortality begins to leave a shape in space. A corpse placed in a cave chamber, a depression, a pit, or a sheltered hollow marks the landscape differently from a corpse left on open ground. Certain places start to gather association. The living know that someone lies there. They may avoid it, revisit it, or remember it as a location of loss. Even without monumental markers, the geography of the group changes. There are places of sleep, places of butchery, places of water, and now perhaps places of the dead. That division is subtle, but it may be one of the earliest external signs that death has become more than an interruption. It has become part of the structure of human life. Another important clue comes from the treatment of children. In later prehistoric periods, infants and juveniles are sometimes buried separately, within settlements, beneath floors, or in vessels, suggesting strong emotional and symbolic attention. The earliest evidence is patchier, but it raises a revealing point. Care for the dead may have intensified first where emotional bonds were most acute. The death of a child is biologically common in pre-modern societies, but commonness does not reduce impact. In fact, the repeated loss of infants may have sharpened human awareness of fragility more than almost any other experience. A group that notices the dead child as requiring protection, placement, or remembrance is already doing more than reacting to a spoiled body. It is acknowledging an unfinished life. There is also the possibility that the first bodies left behind were not always buried because of love. Fear may have played an equally powerful role. A corpse is biologically dangerous. It may carry disease. It attracts scavengers. It blurs the boundary between person and thing. In many societies, the dead are both revered and feared, and there is no reason to assume that this mixture appears only late in history. Early humans may have removed bodies not solely to preserve memory, but to contain disturbance. Yet even that does not weaken the argument for a growing awareness of mortality. Fear of the dead is still a response to the recognition that death alters existence in a way ordinary life does not. The dead body also forces a comparison no living person can avoid forever. This is the form I know. These are the hands that worked, the mouth that ate, the eyes that looked back. Now the form remains while the person does not. The gap between body and identity becomes visible. It may be one of the most intellectually and emotionally productive shocks in human history. From that gap will eventually come souls, ancestors, ghosts, spirits, funerary lore, sacred pollution, philosophical dualism, and medicine. But in the beginning it may simply come as confusion. A person is present and absent at once. The body demands action because it preserves appearance while denying relationship. What survives in the record suggests that some groups began responding to that confusion in increasingly patterned ways. At first, perhaps, by moving the body, then by placing it in a protected location, then by returning to it, eventually by positioning it, accompanying it with objects, using pigment, or shaping the space around it. But the first threshold is smaller and more fragile, the refusal to treat the dead as mere waste, even when motive remains uncertain. The physical evidence starts to show that ancient humans noticed their dead in a special way. This does not mean every group reached the same conclusions at the same time. Human prehistory is too long and too diverse for that. Some communities may have exposed their dead to scavengers, others may have concealed them, some may have dismembered them, others may have buried whole bodies. Practices likely varied by environment, mobility, climate, social organization, and inherited custom. Frozen ground, shallow soils, predator density, and available shelter all matter. In a glacial landscape, deep burial may be nearly impossible. In forested or cave-rich regions, concealment may be easier. Mortuary behavior is never just belief made visible. It is belief entangled with terrain, labor, season, and necessity. Still, by the time the archaeological record begins offering these scattered signs, something fundamental has already shifted. The living are not only surviving among death, they're arranging themselves around it. They're modifying landscapes, routines, and physical space because someone has died. That is a profound threshold in itself. It suggests that mortality is no longer merely observed, it is being managed. And management, once it begins, rarely stays practical for long. To choose a place for the dead is to create distance, but also connection. The body is removed, yet remembered. The place is separate, yet known. Over time, that tension invites meaning. Why here and not there? Why cover the body? Why return? Why protect the remains from animals if the person is gone? These are not necessarily spoken questions in the earlier stages, but the behavior implies them. Action precedes explanation. Ritual often begins before doctrine. The hands know what to do before the mind fully knows how to justify it. So the first bodies left behind do not tell us that ancient humans had already solved the mystery of death. They tell us something more subtle and, in a way, more moving. They tell us that death had begun to matter in a new register. The dead were no longer only losses to be endured or carcasses to be avoided. They had become presences that required choices. That change is small enough to fit inside a cave shaft, a shallow hollow, a cluster of bones protected from scavengers. But it is also large enough to alter the future of the species. Once humans begin treating their dead differently from the rest of the animal world, the long road toward burial, memory, ritual, and the full psychological weight of mortality is already underway. Sooner or later, simply moving the dead is no longer enough. A body is not just taken away from the camp, it is placed. The ground is opened, the shape of the person is arranged, the earth closes over what remains, and something entirely new enters human history. Burial looks simple from a distance. It is only a body in soil. But that simplicity is deceptive. To bury the dead is to perform one of the most conceptually loaded acts any species has ever developed. It means the living have begun to do more than react to death. They are now giving death form. The first clear burials in the archaeological record do not appear as a neat beginning. They emerge unevenly, in scattered places, among different human groups, and scholars still debate several famous examples. Yet by the Middle Paleolithic and especially later, certain cases become hard to dismiss. Bodies are found in pits or depressions that appear intentionally prepared. Skeletons remain articulated, suggesting they were placed while still intact and protected from scavengers. Limbs are flexed in ways that imply arrangement rather than accident. Sediment sometimes differs from surrounding deposits, hinting at deliberate covering. These details matter because they move us beyond ambiguity. A corpse trapped in a hollow by chance is one thing. A corpse laid in a selected place and covered by others is another. That second act suggests that mortality has entered not only memory and behaviour, but intention. Why bury at all? The obvious reasons come first. Burial protects the living from smell, scavengers, contamination, and the distressing transformation of the corpse. It may also protect the dead from disturbance by animals. In mobile societies, it creates a way of handling loss that is efficient, contained, and perhaps safer than leaving a body in the open. But practical usefulness does not diminish meaning. In human history, the practical and the symbolic are rarely cleanly separated. Covering the dead with earth is a sensible act. It is also a remarkable one. Earth conceals, preserves, transforms, and marks a threshold. Once a body is buried, it is still there, yet inaccessible, present, yet withdrawn. The burial creates a boundary that can be known but not easily crossed. This may be one of the first great cognitive achievements of mortuary behaviour. Burial makes absence stable. A body left on the surface continues to change in visible, often disturbing ways. Bones scatter, flesh disappears, predators interfere. The dead person seems to dissolve violently back into the world. Burial interrupts that spectacle. It gives the living a way to say, in action, if not yet in language, that the dead have gone somewhere they should remain. That somewhere need not imply heaven, underworld, or soul in a later religious sense. At first it may mean only separation, but even separation carries thought within it. The dead are no longer simply gone, they have been placed. Some of the most discussed early burials involve both Homo sapiens and Neanderthals. At sites such as Kafze and School in the Levant, early modern human remains from roughly 100,000 years ago have been interpreted as intentional burials, in some cases accompanied by striking details like red ochre or associated animal remains. Among Neanderthals, sites such as La Chapelle-aux-Saints, Shanidar, Kebara, and others have long stood at the centre of debate over whether these close human relatives deliberately buried their dead. In some cases, articulated skeletons in pit-like settings make intentional placement plausible. In others, natural explanations remain possible. The record is uneven, and scholars still debate how many supposed Neanderthal burials truly meet the standard, but the broader pattern is hard to ignore. By this period, Several human groups appear to be doing more than abandoning bodies. They are handling the dead with repeated care. What makes burial especially revealing is the labor it requires. Even a shallow grave is not effortless with stone tools, wooden digging sticks, or bare hands. In frozen ground it becomes far harder. In stony or root-dense soil, harder still. Time must be spent. People must remain with the body. Others may need to watch for danger. The act delays movement and consumes energy in a world where both are precious. That cost tells us something. Burial is not an accidental byproduct of daily life. It is chosen against easier alternatives. Some strong motive exists, whether emotional, social, hygienic, symbolic, or all at once. And once burial becomes thinkable, other possibilities open with it. The body can be positioned deliberately, it can be oriented, it can be accompanied, it can be revisited in memory as being in a place, not simply gone. A grave does not preserve only remains, it preserves relationship. The living know where the dead are. That knowledge changes grief. It changes how absence is experienced. A person is no longer everywhere and nowhere at once. They are beneath this ground, in this cave hollow, beside this wall of stone, under this patch of sediment, near this camp that later generations may remember. Burial anchors lost to location. That anchoring may be more important than it first appears. Human memory works powerfully through place. A clearing, a river bend, a cave mouth, a ridge above the plain can accumulate emotional force because something happened there. Burial intensifies this process. The landscape starts to hold the dead. Certain places may become harder to leave or easier to return to. Even highly mobile foragers can carry a mental map of where their people rest. That is one possible route of ancestral geography. The idea that land is not merely where one lives, but where one's dead remain. If so, burial does not just reflect mortality awareness. It helps build a broader human sense of belonging, continuity, and inherited ground. There is also a quieter psychological transformation underway. To bury the dead is to conceal decomposition. The living place the body into the earth before the full process of decay unfolds in public view. That choice may protect the mourners, but it also changes how death is imagined. When the body disappears quickly from sight, memory has greater room to shape what comes next. The dead person is not watched becoming less human day by day. Instead, the body vanishes below the surface. An imagination fills the sealed space. This may matter enormously. Once the dead are hidden, they can be imagined as sleeping, journeying, waiting, transforming, or dwelling somewhere beyond normal visibility. Burial may therefore have helped enlarge the unseen world before formal theology existed. One lesser-known but striking detail is that many early burials show bodies in flexed positions, sometimes with knees drawn upward, almost as if curled. Interpretations vary. Such postures may result from practical constraints of small grave pits, from wrapping, or from later movement of the body as soft tissue decayed. Yet some researchers have wondered whether the resemblance to sleep or even to fetal posture carried meaning. The evidence remains incomplete, and caution is necessary. It would be easy to project modern symbolism backward without warrant. Still, even the possibility is revealing. Humans have long used bodily arrangement to express ideas that words alone cannot hold. A carefully positioned corpse is not just hidden matter, it is a final image. Burial also implies spectators, or at least participants. Very few people bury themselves. Someone else is present. Someone else lifts, carries, digs, covers, perhaps pauses. This creates one of the earlier social theatres of mortality. The death is no longer experienced only in private shock. It becomes a shared act. That shared act may be the seed of funeral, mourning custom, and collective memory. It teaches the young what is done when one of us dies. It creates expectation and continuity. The next death will not be entirely unprecedented because the group now possesses a behaviour for it. This is crucial because humans do not merely learn facts, they inherit practices. A child who watches adults bury the dead may not understand abstract mortality in full, but they learn that death requires ceremony, however simple. The body is not left like prey remains. The group gathers, work is done, silence or attention deepens, earth is disturbed and replaced. Even the smallest repeated pattern can harden into tradition over generations. Once a mortuary custom exists, mortality becomes not only an individual realization but a cultural inheritance. No single explanation fully accounts for why burial emerges when and where it does. Different groups may arrive at similar practices through different pressures: cold climates, predator-rich landscapes, cave living, mobility patterns, disease concerns, or local concepts of personhood may all matter. Some scholars emphasize practical disposal, others see stronger evidence of symbolic thought. The best answer is probably that the distinction itself is too modern. For humans, practical action around the dead quickly gathers emotional and conceptual depth. Digging a grave because one cannot bear to see scavengers at a loved one's body is both practical and symbolic. Covering the dead because the smell is dangerous and the sight is unbearable is not two separate motives. It is one human response. Burial also reveals something about time. To bury someone is to act on behalf of a future in which that person is no longer participating. The grave is prepared for what comes after death, not just for the moment of death itself. That may sound obvious, but cognitively, it is profound. It means the living are not only responding to immediate shock, they are shaping the aftermath. They are creating a controlled future of the dead body. This kind of forward-acting behaviour fits with a species increasingly capable of long memory and long expectation. Mortality is now being handled as a process, not just endured as an event. By now, the emotional world of the living has likely changed as much as the physical treatment of the dead. Burial allows grief to take structure. There is something to do. Hands can work while the mind struggles to accept what has happened. Soil can be moved when language fails. This may be one reason burial becomes so durable across human cultures. It gives sorrow a sequence: lift, carry, place, cover. The motions are simple, but they answer chaos with order. In that sense, burial may be less the product of fully formed beliefs than one of the things that helps create belief. Action steadies emotion first, explanation follows later, and from that action, more elaborate meanings can grow. If the dead are placed carefully, perhaps they still matter. If they still matter, perhaps they retain something beyond the body. If the grave must remain undisturbed, perhaps a boundary exists between worlds. If one grave differs from another, perhaps identity persists after death. These are not yet organized doctrines in the earlier stages, but the logic begins to gather. Burial turns death into a relationship between visible and invisible, surface and below, memory and matter. That is why the birth of burial may be one of the clearest early signs that mortality had become mentally real in a new way. Fear alone does not require graves. Instinct alone does not require chosen placement. To bury is to acknowledge that death is not finished when breath stops. Something remains to be handled, and how it is handled matters. That conviction, once established, becomes one of the foundation stones of human culture. So when the first graves appear in the deep record, they do not merely tell us that ancient humans disposed of bodies efficiently. They tell us that the dead had begun to occupy a meaningful space in human thought. A grave is both a container and a statement. It says that this person was one of us. It says that death changes status but does not erase significance. It says that the ground itself can be asked to hold what the living cannot keep. And in that quiet transfer from arms to earth, from sight to concealment, from presence to remembered place, the human understanding of mortality becomes harder, heavier, and far more complete. Once the dead are placed in the ground, mortality no longer belongs only to the moment of death. It lingers in the camp afterward, in the habits of those who remain, in the spaces where someone used to sit, in the remembered sound of a voice that no longer answers. This may be where the realization deepens most sharply, not at the grave itself, but in the evenings that follow. Fire burns as it always has. Meat roasts, tools are repaired, children drift towards sleep. The wind moves through grass or over stone with the same indifference it showed the day before. Yet the group is altered in a way no landscape can acknowledge. Someone is missing, and the human mind is built in such a way that absence does not remain empty for long. It fills with memory. Around firelight, memory becomes social. A face is recalled not only by one person but by many. A pattern of movement is noticed in its disappearance. The place where someone slept now lies open. A task once done by practiced hands must be taken up by another. A child reaches instinctively toward a mother or father who is no longer there. An elder's small habits, the way they arranged stone flakes, cut sinew, watched weather, corrected mistakes, handled pain, persist for a while in imitation before slowly thinning out. This is where death stops being simply physical and becomes temporal. The dead are now present in the difference between before and after. That difference matters because human beings live increasingly inside continuity. Earlier animals, and even earlier hominins, certainly remember and learn, but later humans appear to do so at an intensified scale. They carry longer social memory. They recognize individuals over extended time. They maintain bonds across distance and absence. They depend on learned behavior that can take years to acquire. In such a world, the death of one person does not merely remove a body. It tears a thread in a network of accumulated knowledge. A skilled hunter knows routes through seasonal terrain. A gatherer knows subtle edible plants and dangerous lookalikes. A healer knows what bark eases pain, what smoke drives insects, what water is safer after rain. An older woman may know births, alliances, stories, warning signs, kin ties, and remembered droughts. Once human life becomes culturally dense, every death is also a loss of stored experience. This is one reason camp life may have played such a decisive role in the birth of mortality awareness. A camp is not only shelter, it is one of the earliest human archives. Heat, food sharing, tool-making, grooming, instruction, conflict resolution, pair bonding, childcare, and storytelling all gather there. Fire extends the day and slows the dark. It creates time not strictly devoted to immediate survival. In that extra time, the mind can revisit what has happened. This may have been one of the great hidden powers of controlled fire. It changed diet and protection, yes, but it also changed thought. Around the fire, humans could dwell in memory together, and once they could do that, the dead became harder to lose completely. The evidence for this process is indirect, as it must be. Archaeology can show hearths, ash layers, repeated occupation surfaces, patterns of food sharing, and the physical closeness of life around controlled fire. It cannot record the exact emotional texture of a night after a burial. But what survives in the record suggests that fire-centered social life was central to human development for hundreds of thousands of years. That means repeated exposure to a setting where absence could be felt collectively, and perhaps spoken about, acted out, or silently carried. Mortality does not become fully human when the first body is buried. It becomes fully human when the dead remain active in the minds of the living. This is where grief may have changed from a passing distress into an enduring internal condition. A social animal can notice separation. A human mind can replay it. That replay is crucial. It allows sorrow to survive beyond the immediate sensory shock. A person can be remembered while cutting meat, while hearing certain birds at dawn, while passing the place where they once sat by the fire, while seeing another face that carries a family resemblance. Memory turns death into recurrence. It makes the lost person return in fragments, sometimes with affection, sometimes with pain, sometimes with a strange mixture of both. In that sense, mortality enters consciousness not once but repeatedly. One lesser known but deeply revealing aspect of this process is the likely role of imitation and interrupted learning. Much of early human survival depends on watching others. Children learn not from formal instruction alone but from prolonged observation. They see how hide is scraped, how stone is struck, how embers are preserved, how paths are chosen, how infants are soothed, how danger is read from silence or tracks or shifting weather. If a teacher dies midstream, the loss is felt not only emotionally but developmentally. The dead do not simply vanish from affection, they vanish from transmission. That may have sharpened mortality's meaning in ways that are easy to underestimate. Death becomes the theft of unfinished teaching. There's also the problem of objects. Humans are unusually vulnerable to being haunted by things. A broken point shaped by particular hands, a bead worn smooth against skin, a hide scraper, a sleeping place, a carrying sling, a favoured stone, a scarred spear shaft. Ordinary items can become charged when their owner dies. The archaeological record occasionally catches hints of such attachment in curated objects, repeated use of place, or the continued presence of personal adornment among remains. But even without direct proof, the logic is compelling. Once a species invests objects with identity and memory, death expands outward into the material world. It is not only the body that remains, traces of the person linger everywhere. Camp life also teaches another harsh lesson. Death is not evenly distributed. The old may die, the weak may die, but so can the young, the skilled, the beloved, the central. A fall, fever, bite, infected wound, obstructed birth, sudden cold, conflict, starvation year, or hunting accident can remove those who seemed most necessary. This unpredictability matters. If death only took the visibly failing, it might seem like a distant endpoint attached to obvious decline. But when it also strikes those still full of apparent life, mortality becomes less orderly and more frightening. No single explanation fully accounts for how ancient humans internalized this fact, but repeated exposure to arbitrary loss likely widened the emotional range of death from sorrow into dread. That dread does not always look dramatic. It may appear instead as vigilance, taboo, caution, care, or changes in behavior around sickness and old age. Humans may begin to notice patterns in the dying, to anticipate which injuries are unlikely to heal, which winters are harder on the elderly, which complications in childbirth prove disastrous too often. From such observations grows not only fear, but prognosis. The ability to foresee likely death before it happens is one of the most painful expansions of human awareness. It means the loss can begin in advance. The dying person is still present, yet already being mourned. Scholars still debate how early this anticipatory grief becomes widespread, but the evidence for long-term care of impaired individuals strongly suggests that some ancient humans lived close to the boundary between hope and expected death for extended periods. That boundary changes social time. Waiting by the sick is different from burying the already dead. The group experiences suspense. Recovery remains possible for a while, then less possible, then nearly impossible. During that long narrowing, the living are forced to imagine the future without the person still breathing beside them. This is a decisive psychological step. Mortality becomes not just observable after the fact, but imaginable beforehand. And once a future without someone can be imagined, so too can a future without oneself. Yet the self may not enter the picture all at once. Ancient humans probably first understand mortality through others. A child sees a grandparent fail. A companion sees repeated burials. A mother loses an infant. A hunter loses a brother. The pattern emerges externally before it settles inward. But once it does settle inward, camp life gives it plenty of occasions to return. Rest after exertion, fire after dark, seasonal return to old sites. Story after story tied to those who are gone, these conditions allow the self to drift into comparison. He died here. She once walked this path. They were strong. They laughed. They worked. They vanished. The same can happen to me. That may be one of the quietest and most profound thoughts ever formed by the human brain. Firelight intensifies this because it creates a space where the world beyond immediate labour can be contemplated. Day is often consumed by practical necessity. Night makes room for reflection, fear, and imagination. Shadows distort movement. Faces glow and recede. Sparks rise and vanish. Sleep waits nearby, along with dreams. It is not hard to imagine that the fire circle became one of the first places where mortality acquired emotional depth beyond panic. Not because anyone was composing formal philosophy, but because this was where the group sat with what remained after action ended. The body had been buried. The work was finished, yet the loss continued. Around the fire, humans learned that there are facts which cannot be solved by effort. That lesson may have changed language itself. We do not know when fully modern language emerged, and scholars still debate its timing and stages. But whenever humans became capable of richer narration, the dead would have transformed speech. Names could be spoken after their owners were gone. Events could be retold involving those no longer alive. Warnings could be passed down from elders who did not survive to repeat them. Story could preserve what flesh could not. In this sense, mortality may have helped drive the expansion of narrative memory. The dead created pressure to speak beyond the present tense. There is a dry irony here. The same species that learns to hold the absent in mind also becomes the species most burdened by absence. Memory, which is so useful for survival, becomes a wound when turned toward the irretrievable. The evidence remains incomplete, but what survives in the archaeological and anthropological records suggests that human emotional life grows in complexity alongside social memory, long childhood, cooperation, and symbolic capacity. Mortality is not a separate theme added afterward. It is woven directly into the development of all those traits. And this may be the point at which the dead cease to be merely the dead. They become predecessors. The person lost last winter is remembered for what they knew, what they gave, what they suffered, what they failed to finish. A young hunter is compared to a dead father. A child carries a dead grandmother's face. A path is described as one shown by someone who no longer walks it. Through such acts, memory creates continuity across the break. Death still ends a life. But it no longer ends significance. That is one of humanity's greatest and most dangerous powers, the refusal to let the dead remain only in the past. From here, mortality will deepen further. Once the dead live in memory, they begin to shape conduct. The living behave differently because of those who are gone. They avoid certain places, preserve certain objects, repeat certain practices, tell certain stories, perhaps fear certain nights or dream certain dreams. The grave was only one threshold. The deeper one lies in this invisible afterlife inside the minds of the living. There, around countless ancient fires, death becomes more than stillness. It becomes absence with weight, memory with pain, and a permanent companion to human thought. Nothing sharpens the meaning of death quite like the death of someone who has not yet had time to become fully alive in the eyes of the group. A child's body is smaller, lighter, easier to carry, easier to bury, and in some ways harder to explain. The old have had years. The injured may have shown signs. Even a sudden adult death can be folded, however painfully, into the logic of danger, age, sickness, rivalry, or bad season. But a child exposes a different truth. Mortality does not wait for completion. It interrupts growth itself. It takes not only a body, but a future that was visibly still forming. That may be why long childhood, more than almost any other feature of human evolution, deepens the emotional and intellectual force of death. Humans are unusual among animals in how much childhood they carry. Human children are dependent for years. Their helplessness is extreme at birth, their learning period astonishingly long, and the investment they require enormous. Food must be shared. Warmth must be maintained. Protection must be constant. Skills must be taught slowly. Language must be absorbed over time. Social rules, kin ties, dangers, tools, animals, seasons, plants, places, and memories all have to be learned across a span so extended that childhood becomes one of the organizing facts of human society. This changes the meaning of mortality because it binds generations together not just by blood, but by prolonged obligation. A child is not a passing burden. A child is a long project of care. That project makes every loss heavier. When an infant dies, the grief is not only for what was, but for what was expected. When an older child dies, the loss includes the beginnings of personality already visible, habits already recognized, talents just beginning to emerge, resemblances already noted by others. A child's death reveals something adults often sense only gradually, that human life is not measured merely by what has been done, but by what seemed about to be done. The future itself becomes part of the emotional reality of the person. Once that happens, mortality ceases to be just the end of function. It becomes the destruction of possibility. What survives in the record suggests that children mattered intensely in prehistoric communities, even when life was harsh and infant mortality was high. Their bones appear in burials, sometimes with remarkable care. In later prehistoric and early sedentary societies, infants are occasionally placed beneath house floors, inside settlements, in jars, or in specially chosen areas, suggesting emotional and symbolic attention integrated into daily life. The earliest evidence is less complete, but the logic extends backward. A species that invests so much energy in each offspring cannot remain emotionally neutral to the death of its young. High mortality does not numb attachment out of existence. In many traditional societies, repeated child loss intensifies protective rituals, naming practices, memory customs, and the sense of life's fragility. There is no reason to assume the deep past was exempt from that pattern. Children also transform mortality because they force adults to think far ahead. To raise a child successfully is to imagine seasons and years beyond the present moment. Food is gathered not only for oneself but for small dependents. Camps are chosen with their vulnerability in mind. Social alliances become more important. Grandparents may matter more. Cooperative breeding, in which multiple adults contribute to child rearing, becomes one of the most distinctive features of human life. That arrangement makes every death echo outward. The loss of one caregiver harms more than one relationship. It destabilizes the child's future and the group's balance. A woman dying in childbirth, a father killed in a hunt, a grandmother lost in winter. Each death removes labor, protection, memory, and emotional structure from the child's world. This helps explain why mortality likely became more psychologically complex as human family systems deepened. In a short-lived animal with rapid maturation, death may still matter, but it interrupts less accumulated dependency. In humans, dependency stretches so long that the death of one individual can reroute several lives at once. A child who loses a mother does not simply experience grief. That child may lose milk, warmth, discipline, teaching, and social mediation. A child who loses a father may lose protection, provisioning status, or connection to allied kin. A group that loses a grandmother may lose child care, memory of past droughts, knowledge of plant processing, or the subtle social authority that prevents fracture. These are not abstract effects. They are daily ones. Mortality becomes real because it is visible in hunger, fear, altered behavior, and the unfinished learning of the young. One of the lesser-known but important ideas in anthropology is the grandmother hypothesis, which argues that human longevity, especially post-reproductive lifespan, may have been favored in part because older women help support grandchildren, increasing family survival. The details remain debated, but the broader point is persuasive humans are a species in which generations overlap for a long time, and those overlaps matter. If so, death becomes significant not only when it strikes the very old, but when it removes people whose roles extend far beyond reproduction. The death of an elder is not just the end of one body, it is the collapse of stored support. Children, perhaps more than anyone else, who would feel that collapse. Long childhood also means long memory of care. A human child remembers who fed, comforted, protected, and taught them. Even before full abstract thought develops, attachment forms through repetition. That matters for mortality, because grief depends partly on the stability of expectation. The more reliably a person is present, the more shocking and painful their absence becomes. Early humans who spent years raising children in close-knit groups were building exactly the kind of emotional architecture that makes death harder to absorb. The missing person is not a fleeting companion. They're woven into the child's sense of safety and into the adult's sense of responsibility. From this angle, children do something else crucial. They force adults to face mortality through care. A parent watching a child sleep, burn with fever, struggle to breathe, or weaken from hunger encounters death not as philosophy but as helpless vigilance. There may be no more ancient human scene than this: an adult staying awake by a small failing body, while the fire burns low and dawn feels too far away. In such moments, Mortality becomes intimate and unbearable in a way that animal predation alone does not explain. The adult sees not just that bodies die, but that love cannot guarantee survival. That realization may have cut especially deep in human evolution, because care is so central to what humans are. The death of children may also have intensified early burial and mortuary behavior. A small body is easier to keep close, easier to conceal, easier to place within habitation space or under meaningful landmarks. In many societies across time, dead infants are treated differently from adults, sometimes kept nearer to the domestic sphere. Scholars still debate what such differences mean in each context: status, personhood, kinship, cosmology, or practical custom, but the pattern itself is revealing. The young dead often provoke distinctive responses. That suggests ancient humans were not merely handling bodies by generic rule. They were discriminating according to age, relationship, and perhaps perceived life stage. Mortality has become socially textured, and children are not only the ones who die, they are the ones who watch death enter the group and slowly learn what it means. This may be one of the most important and least visible processes in human history. Mortality is not discovered once by the species and then complete. It is rediscovered in each generation. Children observe adult grief, burial, silence, object preservation, body handling, taboo, and altered routine. They learn which places are touched carefully, which names are spoken differently, which absences do not end after a day. At first they may understand death only as separation, then as irreversibility, then as pattern, finally, and with difficulty, as something that includes themselves. That developmental path likely has deep roots. Human societies do not merely experience mortality, they teach it. No single explanation fully accounts for when children begin grasping their own death in psychological terms, whether in modern development or in prehistory. Even today, young minds often understand death gradually, first as absence, then as stoppage, later as permanence and universality. The same may have been broadly true in ancient populations, but because prehistoric children lived much closer to sickness, injury, predation, and family loss than many modern children do, the education of mortality was probably both earlier and harsher. A child in the Pleistocene would not grow up shielded from death for long. Graves, bones, seasonal losses, dead animals, stillborn infants, injured elders, and public mourning would all make the lesson unavoidable. This creates a feedback loop. Children make adults more aware of mortality because they embody the future. At the same time, adults transmit mortality awareness to children through custom and behavior. The species becomes increasingly shaped by a shared consciousness of fragility, renewed generation after generation. That may be one reason human culture becomes so saturated with protection, taboo, blessing, naming, kinship obligation, initiation, and ancestral continuity. So much of what later societies do around children guard them ritually, name them carefully, place them under divine or ancestral protection, may descend from a very old recognition that the young stand closest to both beginnings and endings. There is another reason children change everything. They make the dead visible in the living. Family resemblance is one of the oldest forms of memory. A child's face carries traces of someone absent. A habit, gait, voice, or look can revive the dead unexpectedly. In that way, children complicate the finality of mortality. Death removes a person, but descendants return fragments of them. This does not erase grief, it transforms it. The dead remain gone, yet not wholly. Their traits survive in bodies that continue. Such continuity may have fed some of the earliest intuitions about lineage, ancestry, and survival beyond the individual. Even without formal doctrine, humans could see that death ends one life, while something of that life persists through kin. That persistence may have helped ancient people endure loss, but it also sharpened the contrast between generations. To look at a child is to see time moving in two directions at once. Growth advances, age retreats, the young rise while the old bend. Infants arrive while graves accumulate. Camps fill with the noise of new life while memory thickens with names no longer embodied. Long childhood makes this pattern impossible to ignore because it stretches dependency across the very years in which the old may be declining. The species is built to watch succession happen slowly and intimately. Mortality is no longer a rare interruption. It is woven into the structure of kinship itself. So when asking when humans first realized they were mortal, children may be one of the clearest answers, not because they understood death first, but because they forced everyone else to feel its meaning more deeply. They made care central, future visible, dependence prolonged, and loss unbearable in new ways. They turned mortality from a fact of vanished bodies into a fact of broken continuity. The dead did not simply disappear from the group, they disappeared from lessons unfinished. Meals uneaten, stories not yet passed on, hands not yet grown strong enough to replace the ones that were gone. By then, death has become more than danger remembered by the mind. It has become a structural truth of human life, written into family, teaching, inheritance, and hope. And once that happens, every grave contains not only what ended, but what might have been. That is a burden no species can carry without changing. Humans did change. They became more attached, more haunted, more determined to preserve memory, more likely to ritualize loss, and perhaps more desperate to imagine that not everything precious could be cut off forever. In the long shadow of childhood, mortality ceased to be merely the stopping of the life. It became the theft of becoming. By the time the human story reaches the Neanderthals, mortality is no longer a distant question asked only of our own species. It appears instead as a mirror held up by another kind of human different, powerful, intelligent, deeply adapted to Ice Age worlds, and familiar enough that their dead force us to ask whether they stood beneath the same burden. For much of modern history, Neanderthals were treated as crude shadows, almost human creatures too simple for the emotional and symbolic depths later claimed for Homo sapiens. That picture has steadily eroded. The bones, the injuries, the care, the burials, the survival in harsh landscapes, the traces of pigment, ornament, and repeated use of place all point in a more complicated direction. No single explanation fully accounts for every sight or every behavior, but the old caricature no longer survives. The Neanderthals may not have thought exactly as modern humans do, yet the evidence increasingly suggests they lived close enough to grief, memory, and the management of death that mortality likely pressed on them with real force. Their world alone would have taught harsh lessons. Neanderthals inhabit Eurasia through unstable glacial and interglacial cycles, moving across cold steppes, broken woodlands, caves, river valleys, uplands, and wind-exposed terrain where game is large. Seasons are unforgiving, and injuries can turn catastrophic quickly. Their bodies reflect this life. They are robust, heavily built, with strong muscle attachments and skeletons marked by strain. Many adult Neanderthal remains show trauma, broken bones, healed fractures, degenerative wear, signs of repeated hard use. Some injuries resemble those of close-range hunters confronting dangerous animals with limited distance between body and prey. This is a life in which death is never abstract for long. It is carried in scars, in limping recoveries, in damaged joints, in companions who do not return from a hunt. And yet one of the most revealing things about Neanderthal remains is not simply how often they were hurt, but how often they lived on after injury. The Shanidar 1 skeleton from Iraq is one of the most famous cases. This individual survived with multiple serious impairments, including trauma to the skull, likely vision loss in one eye, major damage to an arm and shoulder, and injuries affecting mobility. Survival under such conditions strongly implies long-term support from others. The exact details are debated, but what survives in the record suggests a life extended beyond what solitary endurance could easily explain. That matters because care and mortality are closely linked. A group that feeds, protects, and tolerates a seriously impaired individual is not merely keeping a body alive. It is investing in a person whose continued existence still matters to them. When such a person eventually dies, that death must register in a social world already shaped by prolonged dependence and shared adjustment. This point is easy to miss because discussions of mortality often jump straight to burial or symbolism. But before any grave is dug, there is the long daily fact of keeping one another alive. That is where the awareness of death often ripens. Care stretches time around mortality. The injured do not vanish immediately. The old do not disappear without warning. The group sees decline, pain, resilience, and the limits of healing. Neanderthals, like later humans, seem to have lived among these drawn-out thresholds. That alone makes it difficult to imagine them as creatures untouched by the emotional knowledge of finitude. The burial question, of course, sits at the centre of the debate. Several Neanderthal sites have long been interpreted as intentional burials, though not all cases are equally strong. La Chapelle aux Saints in France, excavated over a century ago, was once hailed as clear evidence that Neanderthals buried their dead. Later scholars challenged the interpretation, arguing that natural features could explain the placement. Yet subsequent reanalysis restored some confidence that deliberate interment may indeed have occurred. At Kabara Cave in Israel, the articulated remains of a Neanderthal male suggest rapid covering or protected deposition. At Shanidar Cave, several individuals appear in contexts that have fueled decades of argument over burial, disturbance, and ritual. The famous flower burial interpretation, once taken as romantic proof of funerary symbolism because of pollen near a skeleton, is now treated much more cautiously. Rodent activity may explain the plant remains more plausibly than ceremonial bouquets. That correction matters because it shows how tempting it has been to either idealize or dismiss Neanderthal mortuary behavior. The evidence remains incomplete, and scholars still debate individual cases. But the broader picture is harder to evade. There are several plausible instances where Neanderthals appear to have placed their dead with intention. If that is true, then the Neanderthal mirror becomes sharper. Intentional burial, even in simple form, implies repeated social choices around the dead. It suggests that a corpse cannot simply be left as another carcass among many. It must be handled, perhaps protected, perhaps concealed, perhaps set apart. That does not prove an afterlife belief, nor does it require modern symbolic systems. But it does imply that death had become socially significant beyond immediate disposal. The corpse mattered because the person had mattered, and perhaps because the corpse itself occupied an unsettling position between person and object, memory and decay. There are other hints, though each must be treated carefully. Claims of Neanderthal use of pigment, personal ornaments, eagle talons, feathers, and modified objects have accumulated over the years. Some findings suggest that at least certain Neanderthal groups collected or used visually striking materials in ways not wholly reducible to subsistence. If so, then they may have shared with Homo sapiens a sensitivity to display, marking, and symbolic association. This does not directly prove anything about death. Yet in human societies, the capacity to invest objects and colours with significance often extends into the treatment of the dead. A mind that marks bodies in life may eventually mark them in death. A group that values identity in visible form may resist letting death reduce the individual to pure matter. The connection is suggestive, though not conclusive. One lesser-known and especially revealing possibility lies in the structure of Neanderthal social life itself. Genetic evidence, mobility patterns, and site distribution suggest that Neanderthal groups may often have been relatively small and dispersed compared with some later Homo sapiens populations. If so, each death could have had especially intense consequences. In a small group, losing one adult means losing a larger fraction of hunting ability, childcare, memory, and social cohesion. The emotional and practical weight of death may therefore have been amplified. A childless death matters in any society, but in a small Pleistocene group, the disappearance of a single experienced adult can alter the balance of survival immediately. Mortality becomes visible not only in sorrow, but in the sudden reshaping of labour and vulnerability. That may help explain why Neanderthal care appears so significant. In a marginal environment, keeping an impaired person alive is costly. If they are kept alive anyway, then value is being measured by more than raw utility. This does not mean Neanderthals were saintly or uniformly compassionate. Harsh conditions would have produced hard decisions too, but the existence of sustained care suggests that social bonds ran deep enough for death to hurt, in ways beyond the loss of labour. The evidence points not to emotionless endurance, but to a human-like tension between necessity and attachment. The Neanderthal mirror also matters because it warns against telling the history of mortality as a triumph owned by Homo sapiens alone. The realization of death may not be a sudden jewel of modern consciousness that appeared only when true humans arrived. It may instead be something built gradually across several human lineages with overlapping cognitive worlds. Neanderthals made complex tools, used fire, hunted large animals, adapted to changing environments, cared for one another, and perhaps placed their dead deliberately. Whatever precise form their inward life took, it seems increasingly implausible that they moved through the world untouched by the deeper meaning of death. At the same time, difference should not be erased. Neanderthals are not simply us in heavier bones. Their developmental pace, social networks, population structure, and perhaps some aspects of cognition likely differed. It is possible that their awareness of mortality was profound in some ways but less elaborated in others. Perhaps they cared intensely for the dead without spinning broad cosmologies around them. Perhaps memory and loss weighed heavily while symbolism remained more local. Less cumulative, less prone to explode into the monumental or the mythic. We do not know. The record does not preserve inner monologue, but uncertainty cuts both ways. It prevents overclaiming, and it also prevents us from denying capacities that the evidence increasingly invites us to consider. There is something especially haunting in the fact that Neanderthals themselves are now among the dead we study. We ask whether they understood mortality, and we do so while standing amid the long aftermath of their own disappearance. They survived for hundreds of thousands of years, and then, as a distinct human lineage, they were gone. Not erased completely, many living humans outside Africa still carry small percentages of Neanderthal DNA, but gone as a visible people. Their voices and habits ended, their camps gone cold. In that sense, they occupy two positions in this story at once. They are fellow witnesses to death, and they are one of death's greatest human examples. This double role deepens the mirror. If Neanderthals buried their dead, then somewhere in Ice Age Eurasia they, too, stood over still bodies and faced the same contradiction that confronted our ancestors. The familiar form remained while the person did not. If they cared for injured companions, then they also knew the slow ache of decline, the practical burden of keeping someone alive, and the grief when effort finally failed. If they used pigment or meaningful objects, then perhaps they also resisted letting death be only biological. And if they watched children grow while elders bent and hunters fell, then they lived inside the same succession that teaches all humankinds the same hard lesson. The scientific caution here is important. Romantic pictures of Neanderthal spirituality can race ahead of the data, just as older dismissals once lagged behind it. The strongest conclusion is not that Neanderthals certainly believed in souls, ghosts, or elaborate afterlives. It is that they likely crossed several thresholds once assumed uniquely ours: long-term care, socially meaningful treatment of the dead, and a level of collective life in which absence mattered beyond the moment of loss. Those thresholds are enough to place them firmly inside the broader human story of mortality awareness, and that changes the emotional shape of prehistory. The first realization of death is no longer the achievement of one victorious species gazing down from a special height. It becomes a more tragic, more expansive inheritance shared across branches of humanity. Different humankinds walked under the same cold sky, nursed the same wounds, watched the same breath stop, and perhaps wondered in their own ways what, exactly, had departed. The dead of one lineage lay in caves and hollows while another lineage, our own, continued onward. Yet for a long stretch of time, they were not so far apart. Both lived in worlds where bodies failed, memories remained, and the social life of the living had to bend around the fact that no strength lasted forever. So the Neanderthal mirror does not only reflect them, it reflects us more honestly. It suggests that mortality was shaping human minds before our species stood alone, and that the burden of knowing death may have been part of a wider human condition from earlier than we once believed. Somewhere in a cave mouth at dusk, a Neanderthal group may have watched the fire sink low after one of their own had been placed in the earth. They may have returned to the same silence, the same missing place, the same stubborn memory. If so, then the first awareness of mortality was never ours alone. It belonged, for a time, to more than one humanity. Once humans begin treating the dead with intention, the remains themselves start to change meaning. A skeleton is no longer only what is left after life. Certain parts of it begin to draw attention. The skull, above all, seems to exert a pull that runs through prehistory with disturbing consistency. It is the most recognizable part of the body, the seat of the face, the part that still seems most like the person even after the rest has begun to vanish. Long after flesh is gone, the skull continues to look back in a way that other bones do not. That alone may explain part of its strange power, but not all of it. Across multiple prehistoric settings, humans did not merely bury bodies and forget them. They reopened graves, separated heads, curated bones, rearranged remains, cut marks into human skeletons, and in some cases handled the dead in ways that make simple disposal impossible as an explanation. Mortality had moved into a new phase. The dead were no longer only hidden, they were being worked with. This is the point where modern instincts often recoil, because the treatment of ancient human remains can look brutal, intimate, and impossible to classify cleanly. Some bones carry cut marks like those seen on butchered animals. Some long bones are broken in ways that may reflect marrow extraction. Some skulls are modified, retained, or displayed. Some bodies are buried and later disturbed on purpose. In a few sites, human remains appear mixed with animal bones and domestic debris in ways that raise difficult questions. Were these acts violence, cannibalism, ritual, secondary burial, ancestor veneration, trophy-taking, crisis behavior, or several of those at once? Scholars still debate many examples because prehistoric mortuary behavior does not divide neatly into categories modern people find morally or emotionally comfortable. The evidence remains incomplete, and no single explanation fully accounts for every assemblage. Yet uncertainty should not obscure the larger point. These acts show that death had become active in human culture. The body was no longer always treated as something to hide quickly and leave untouched. In some cases, it was revisited, processed, transformed, or selectively preserved. That shift matters enormously. It suggests that mortality was not only feared or mourned, it was also used to think with. Bones became materials through which the living confronted identity, continuity, danger, and memory. The skull's special status is one of the clearest signs of this. Later prehistory provides especially vivid examples. At sites in the Levant during the pre-pottery Neolithic, human skulls were sometimes removed from burials, plastered, and modelled with facial features, then kept or displayed in domestic contexts. These famous plastered skulls are much later than the earliest burials, but they reveal something fundamental about a tendency that may run deeper. The face is hard to surrender. Even after death, humans seem drawn to preserve or recreate it. The plastered skulls do not give us the first moment mortality became personal, but they do expose one of its consequences. The dead are not simply gone into the earth. They remain socially present, reassembled into objects of remembrance, reverence, or perhaps uneasy household companionship. Earlier evidence is murkier but still suggestive. At sites such as Krapina in Croatia, associated with Neanderthals, human remains bear cut marks and fracture patterns that have prompted arguments about defleshing, cannibalism, or mortuary processing. At Grandolina in Spain, much older hominin remains also show signs of butchery, widely interpreted by many researchers as nutritional cannibalism. At Gough's Cave in Upper Paleolithic Britain, Magdalenian human remains display a striking mix of cut marks, marrow extraction, and modified skull cups, strongly suggesting that bodies were processed in highly structured ways that were not merely random violence. These cases do not all mean the same thing. Some may reflect famine or conflict. Others may reflect ritualized treatment of the dead. But together they force a harder truth into view: early humans sometimes engaged with the dead at close range, with tools, over time. And according to patterns, why do this? One answer is practical desperation. In environments of scarcity, the human body can become food like any other. That possibility cannot be excluded, and in some cases it is probably the best explanation. But even nutritional cannibalism does not remove mortality from the center of the act. On the contrary, it may intensify it. To cut and consume one's own kind is to collapse the distance between person and meat in the most unsettling way imaginable. It is one thing to bury the dead because they still look too much like the living. It is another to cross that boundary deliberately. Such acts, whether driven by hunger, hostility, or ritual logic, reveal a species thinking intensely, if not always tenderly, about what a dead person still is. There is also the possibility of secondary burial, in which the body is first allowed to decompose and the bones are later gathered, selected, and moved. This is a common pattern in many human societies documented much more recently, and it offers a useful caution for interpreting prehistoric bone clusters. What looks like disturbance may in fact be ritual completion. Flesh decays elsewhere. Selected bones return to the group. The skull may be retained because it preserves identity. Long bones may be bundled because they are durable and transportable. The dead may move through stages, from corpse to bone to ancestor. If even part of this logic existed in prehistoric communities, then mortality was not experienced as a single moment, but as a drawn-out transformation. Death was processed over time, literally and socially. That idea helps explain why bones, unlike fresh corpses, can become strangely manageable. A decomposing body is unstable, dangerous, and emotionally difficult. Clean bone is different. It is still human, but transformed enough to be handled, curated, or integrated into ritual space. The horror of immediate death has passed. What remains is structure, memory, and sign. This may be why so many later cultures across the world preserve relics, move bones, build ossuaries, or distinguish sharply between first burial and later bone treatment. The roots of that behavior may reach far back into prehistory. Once humans realized that death unfolds in stages, they could respond to each stage differently. One lesser-known but revealing clue lies in the deliberate production of skull cups. At Guff's Cave, several human skulls were carefully modified in ways that suggest they were shaped into containers after defleshing and cleaning. The workmanship is consistent enough that accident is not a persuasive explanation. Whatever the precise social meaning, this was not careless destruction. It was skilled transformation. The human head, most personal part of the body, was turned into an object for use. To modern observers, that can seem shocking beyond interpretation, but in anthropological terms it may signal something quite coherent, a refusal to let death end relationship in a simple way. The dead continue to serve, signify, or participate. Of course, not all handling of bones implies reverence. Some may reflect enemies reduced to trophies. Some skulls may have been taken as proof of victory or power. Some dismemberment may have followed violence. Mortality in human history is never only solemn. It is also political, competitive, and sometimes cruel. The dead can be loved, feared, used, displayed, or humiliated. That too is part of realizing mortality. Once people understand that death changes status, they begin manipulating that status. The corpse becomes a site of social control. The treatment of remains can honor one individual while denying dignity to another. Even in deep prehistory, the dead may already have been sorted by kinship, conflict, and value. And yet the persistence of pattern treatment suggests more than raw opportunism. Repeated attention to skulls and selected bones implies that some remains carried special weight, because they condensed the person. A skull is not just bone, it is the last architecture of the face. Teeth are not just enamel, they preserve age, effort, diet, sometimes even the marks of habitual gesture. Long bones speak of strength and movement. Hands preserve skill. When humans handle these remains selectively, they are not only moving objects, they are choosing which fragments of identity endure in material form. This is where mortality becomes especially strange. Burial had created a boundary between living and dead. Bone rituals blur it again. the dead re-enter social space, though changed. They may be placed in houses, caves, shrines, or collective deposits. They may be touched by descendants, painted, carved around, arranged, revisited. Memory, which once relied on story and absence, now has physical anchors. The dead are still present, but only in part. That partial presence may be psychologically powerful precisely because it is incomplete. A skull is enough to evoke the whole person and impossible to confuse with the living. It stabilizes the dead in a form humans can both confront and control. Scholars still debate how much symbolism to infer from these practices. Some warn, rightly, that cut marks and broken bones can reflect butchery without broader ritual meaning. Others argue that repetition, selectivity, and contextual clues point to structured mortuary customs rather than simple consumption. Both cautions matter. Prehistoric humans were capable of practical brutality and conceptual complexity at the same time. The categories overlap. In fact, the overlap may be one of the key truths of human mortality. Death is handled through the body, and the body is always both matter and meaning. Any culture dealing with the dead must negotiate both realities. There is another emotional layer here as well: control. Death is the great loss of control, the moment when a person cannot be kept, healed, or protected. Post-mortem treatment may partly answer that helplessness. If the living cannot stop death, they can still decide what happens next. They can cut, bury, gather, paint, separate, preserve, burn, or display. These acts may not explain mortality, but they make it manageable. They translate the overwhelming fact of death into sequences of human labour. Hands do what grief alone cannot do. In that sense, strange rituals are not evidence that ancient people understood death less rationally than we do. They are evidence that they needed structure as badly as anyone ever has. By now the dead are no longer passive in human imagination. They are shaping houses, caves, deposit sites, memory practices, and perhaps ideas of ancestry and danger. Certain bones may protect, others may pollute. A skull may recall love, power, lineage, or fear. The evidence does not let us map those meanings neatly, but it does show that mortality had grown thick with associations. The remains of the dead were not neutral leftovers. They had become potent. That potency will matter even more once objects begin entering graves and pigments begin touching bodies, because then death is no longer being processed only through the remains themselves. It is being linked to identity, status, colour, and the possibility that a person carries significance beyond decomposition. But even before that fuller symbolic world takes shape, the skulls and bones already tell us something crucial. Humans had begun to live with the dead not only as memories, but as materials. That is an unsettling development, yet also an unmistakably human one. So when the archaeological record yields curated skulls, cut-marked bones, broken limbs, and carefully reworked remains, it is not showing us a species confused about death. It is showing us a species entangled with it. Mortality had become too important to leave alone. The dead were seen hidden, yes, but also revisited, mourned, perhaps, but also handled, feared, possibly, but also transformed. Somewhere between reverence and utility, grief and control, remembrance and dread, humans began making the dead part of culture itself, and once that happened, death ceased to be only an ending. It became a medium through which the living tried to understand what ending meant. At some point, burying the dead is no longer enough by itself. The body is not only placed in the earth, something is placed with it, a shell, a tool, red pigment, an antler, a bead, a carved object, a particular arrangement of limbs, a chosen direction, a patterned layer of stone. These additions may seem small, especially in the deep prehistoric record where almost everything survives only in fragments, but they mark a profound shift. The grave is no longer merely a place to contain a corpse. It becomes a place to say something. That something is not always clear to us, and this is where caution matters most. Archaeology is especially vulnerable to wishful thinking when symbols are involved. A few shells near a skeleton do not automatically prove belief in an afterlife. A splash of ochre does not automatically mean religion. Objects can enter graves by accident, by sediment disturbance, by practical association, or by reasons now beyond recovery. Scholars still debate many famous cases, and they are right to do so. The evidence remains incomplete. Yet once patterns begin to repeat across sites and across generations, accident becomes harder to defend as the whole explanation. Bodies are being accompanied, colour is being chosen, appearance is being managed. Identity is beginning to survive the moment of death in material form. Red ochre is one of the most haunting clues in this transition. Across multiple prehistoric contexts, human remains appear associated with iron-rich red pigment. Sometimes it is dusted over the body. Sometimes it stains the grave fill. Sometimes it appears on objects buried nearby. Ochre has many possible uses. It can preserve hides, repel insects, decorate skin, and mark objects. Not every trace of red is ceremonial, but when ochre appears in mortuary settings with enough consistency, it invites a deeper reading. Red is the colour of blood, of life, of injury, of heat, of sunset, of the body's interior suddenly exposed. Whether prehistoric people connected it to all of these things or only some of them, the deliberate use of pigment around the dead suggests that death was being visually transformed. The corpse was no longer simply disposed of, it was being marked. Some of the most cited early examples come from the burial sites of early Homo sapiens in Africa and the Levant. At Kafze Cave in Israel, dated to around 100,000 years ago, several burials appear intentional, and at least some are associated with red ochre and unusual placement of animal remains, including deer antlers near a child burial. At School, also in the Levant, early modern humans seem to have been buried deliberately in ways that raise questions about symbolic treatment. Farther south in Africa, sites associated with pigment use, shell beads, engraved pieces of ochre, and body ornamentation suggest that by at least the Middle Stone Age, humans were already investing colour in objects with social significance. Not all of those finds are funerary, but together they establish something essential. Symbolic behaviour was present in the wider culture. Once that broader symbolic capacity exists, it becomes much more plausible that graves, too, are being used to express more than practical disposal. This is the point where death begins to merge with identity. A body placed alone in the earth still matters. A body placed with ornaments or selected goods suggests that the person mattered in a particular way. The grave becomes individualized. Even if the objects were not imagined as useful to the dead in another world, they may still have represented social role, affection, status, memory, or the group's unwillingness to separate the person completely from the things that made them recognizable. A bead necklace, a stone blade, a bone point, a pendant made from tooth or shell, each binds the dead to a lived identity that extends beyond the flesh itself. And perhaps that is the deeper symbolic threshold. The grave goods do not only reveal belief about what happens after death, they reveal belief about who the dead person still is. That may sound like a small distinction, but it matters. A group can accompany the dead with meaningful items without holding a fully developed doctrine of an afterlife. What they must have, at minimum, is a sense that the dead individual retains social importance after breath has stopped. They are not anonymous matter, they are this person, and that identity deserves visible acknowledgement. Body positioning carries similar force. Many prehistoric burials are not random deposits but arranged bodies. Limbs are flexed, hands rest in patterned ways, heads face a certain direction. The dead may be placed on their side, curled, extended, or set within a specific feature of the landscape. Some of this may be practical. Grave size constrains posture. Wrapping changes how bodies settle. Sediments shift. Yet repeated positioning still suggests intention. Humans were looking at the dead and choosing a final form. That choice matters because it turns the corpse into an image, and images are among the earliest tools humans used to stabilize meaning. One lesser-known but revealing pattern is that the symbolic content of graves is often uneven. Not everyone is buried alike. Some have more objects, some have none. Some appear in special places, others are in more ordinary ground. Children sometimes receive surprising care or unusual accompaniments. This unevenness may be one of the earliest visible signs that death was being linked to social distinctions. Status, age, kin role, achievement, or inherited position may already have been shaping who received what in burial. Of course, the danger is overinterpretation. Rich grave goods do not always equal high rank in any simple sense. Some gifts may reflect grief rather than hierarchy, intimacy rather than prestige. Still, differences in treatment suggest that by this stage mortality was not experienced as one flat human event. It was filtered through the structures of society. That social filtering may have changed the emotional force of death in powerful ways. Once graves begin to encode identity, the dead are remembered not only as missing people, but as members of categories elder, child, hunter, mother, outsider, lineage founder, person of special skill, person lost too young. Mortality enters the architecture of social memory. The grave no longer contains only a body. It contains a statement about how the living want that body to be understood. There is also the possibility, difficult to prove but hard to dismiss, that some grave accompaniments were intended for use beyond death. This is the classic afterlife interpretation, and it has often been applied too casually. Yet there are cases where the selection of goods seems hard to explain by accident alone. Carefully placed objects, repeated classes of ornaments, or consistent symbolic associations may point toward a belief that the dead remained in some sense active, travelling, watching, needing, or inhabiting another condition of being. Scholars still debate how early such beliefs emerged in explicit form. The record does not allow certainty, but once humans begin burying tools, pigments, and adornments with bodies, the door is open. Death is no longer just a disappearance. It becomes a transition that can be provisioned. The role of ornaments here is especially striking. Shell beads, pierced animal teeth, bone pendants, and other personal adornments are among the clearest evidence that prehistoric humans cared about appearance, display, and social signaling in life. When such items enter graves, they carry that concern into death. The dead body is not allowed to become generic. It remains marked, perhaps beautiful, perhaps recognizable, perhaps still affiliated with group, kin, or role. In this sense, ornamented burials show that mortality was being resisted through style as much as through ritual. Identity was being held against decay. This may be one of the earliest truly human refusals, the refusal to let death flatten the person into mere biology. A corpse is what remains materially. Ornament, pigment, and grave goods insist that more remains than matter alone can describe. The dead once belonged to networks of meaning, and those meanings are now being compressed into objects and colour. That compression is the beginning of symbolic immortality. Not immortality in the literal sense, but in the human one. The capacity to survive in remembered signs. No single explanation fully accounts for why this symbolic intensification becomes visible when it does. Changes in cognition matter, certainly, but so do population density, social complexity, exchange networks, and the accumulation of tradition. A symbolic act repeated for generations acquires weight far beyond its original purpose. Ochre may begin as decoration or practical substance and become sacred through repetition. A shell may begin as ornament and become funerary convention through memory. Once customs harden, they shape feeling as much as feeling shapes them. Later mourners do what earlier mourners did, and over time the practice itself teaches what death means. That cumulative effect may help explain why symbolic burial becomes more elaborate in some regions and periods. As populations grow and social networks widen, objects travel farther, styles diversify, and identity becomes more legible through material culture. The dead, in turn, become occasions for displaying those distinctions. A grave is visible to the living even if eventually hidden from the eye. The preparation, gathering, and deposition create a social performance. People see what is given, what's withheld, who is treated with special care, who receives colour, who is remembered with crafted things. Mortality is now shaping not only belief but social theatre, and once symbols enter the grave, memory itself changes. The dead are easier to recall when marked by striking objects or distinctive treatment. The burial becomes tellable. This was the one with antlers. This was the child with beads. This was the woman covered in ochre. This was the man buried with blades. Objects make stories stick. That may be one reason grave goods matter so much. They preserve narrative hooks for the living. The dead remain attached to memorable signs. And those signs carry them longer through collective memory. There is, too, a subtler possibility. Symbols may have entered graves because words were not enough. Death creates experiences that resist ordinary language: sudden absence, unbearable stillness, the collapse of future expectation, the persistence of memory after the person is gone. Objects can hold what speech cannot. Pigment, placement, and accompaniment become emotional language in material form. Ancient mourners may not have fully believed every symbol in the rigid doctrinal way later religions would sometimes demand. They may simply have needed to do something that matched the scale of loss. Meaning can be enacted before it is systematized. This is why symbolic burial marks such an important stage in the human realization of mortality. Earlier humans had already noticed the dead, buried bodies, cared for the injured, and remembered the absent. But once they began surrounding the dead with selected signs, death entered a new level of abstraction. It was no longer just a biological event or a social rupture. It had become a condition that required representation. Humans were now thinking about death not only through bodies and grief, but through symbols, through things that stood for meanings beyond themselves. That development will only deepen from here. Once symbols begin to gather around the dead, dreams, ancestors, stories, and unseen worlds are never far behind. But the grave is where the shift becomes visible in earth and stone. A handful of ochre, a line of beads, a carefully placed object beside still hands. These are small acts in physical terms, yet they reveal a mind that has crossed a vast internal distance. Mortality is no longer merely suffered, it is being interpreted. And interpretation changes everything. A dead body can be buried by necessity. A dead body marked with symbol has already entered another domain entirely. It has entered the human struggle to preserve significance against oblivion. That struggle may never be won. But it begins here in one of its earliest recognizably mature forms, not with grand monuments, not yet with gods, but with the quiet insistence that when a person dies, something more than flesh deserves to go into the ground with them. Night does something to the dead that daylight does not. In daylight, death is practical, visible, almost brutally physical. A body must be moved, others must be fed, tracks must still be read, tools repaired, children watched, weather judged. The living remain trapped in necessity. But at night the human mind loosens from immediate tasks. Fire burns low, shadows take on false depth. Breathing slows across the camp. Those who sleep drift into images that ignore the rules of waking life. And somewhere in that ancient darkness, another threshold may have opened. The dead began to return. Not in the body, of course, not in any way archaeology can excavate and hold in the hand, but in dreams, in memory images, in half-waking impressions, in the sudden conviction that someone absent has just been seen, heard, or felt nearby. This possibility matters because the first realization of mortality may not have produced only grief and burial. It may also have produced one of humanity's most enduring and destabilizing intuitions that the dead are gone, and yet somehow not entirely gone. Once the mind can vividly re-experience a person after death, mortality becomes more than the extinction of bodily function. It becomes a mystery. Dreaming is one of the strongest candidates for how that mystery first deepened. A human being who has buried a parent or child can still see them at night with astonishing force. The dead speak, move, gesture, accuse, comfort, or simply appear as though nothing has happened. In modern societies, people often describe such dreams as visitation, memory, wish fulfillment, unfinished grief, or neurological residue, depending on temperament and belief. Prehistoric people did not have neuroscience. They had experience. If the dead looked real in dreams, if they appeared with emotional weight equal to or greater than waking memory, that experience would have demanded some kind of explanation. Scholars still debate how far back we can trace anything like spirit belief, and the evidence remains incomplete, but the logic is compelling. Dreams make death harder to keep inside the body. This may be one reason why so many later human cultures, widely separated in time and geography, treat dreams as channels between worlds. The dead return in sleep not because a doctrine requires it, but because the mind offers the experience first. Belief may grow afterward as an effort to organize what sleep repeatedly presents. A grieving person dreams of the dead and wakes shaken. The dead are seen in familiar places, healthy again, speaking, demanding, watching, or beckoning. Such dreams can feel more vivid than ordinary thought. They do not merely remind, they reintroduce. If repeated across generations, those experiences alone could help create the sense that death does not fully erase personhood. And dreams are not the only altered states available to ancient minds. Fever, exhaustion, sensory deprivation, grief itself, rhythmic movement, hyperventilation, darkness, cave acoustics, fasting, pain, and perhaps the use of certain plants in later contexts can all shift perception. A person weakened by hunger or illness may hear a dead relative's voice. A mourner staring into fire may feel a presence beside them. Someone descending into a deep cave may experience disorientation strong enough to blur categories between internal image and external world. These states do not need to be supernatural in a modern analytical sense to have been psychologically and culturally decisive. Ancient humans lived much closer to thresholds of perception than most modern people do. Those thresholds may have helped populate the world with unseen continuities. The role of caves here is especially suggestive. Across prehistory, caves served many different functions: shelter, temporary refuge, symbolic space, burial place, art chamber, storage area, natural trap. They are not automatically sacred, yet their sensory qualities are unlike ordinary open-air life. Sound behaves strangely. Light disappears quickly. Interior chambers feel cut off from weather and day. In some caves, a small flame can make walls seem to move. Deep spaces amplify drips, echoes, and the impression of hidden interior worlds. When human remains appear in caves, or when caves become sites of art and repeated visitation, it is difficult not to wonder whether such environments helped shape ideas about the dead. The earth itself seemed to contain unseen chambers. The buried were placed below. Darkness held what daylight did not. One lesser-known but striking point is that many hunter-gatherer and small-scale societies documented historically do not draw the hard modern line between dream and reality that literate scientific cultures often insist upon. Dreams can be sources of knowledge, warning, obligation, or ancestral contact. That does not mean prehistoric people were irrational. It means they may have treated internal experience as part of the world rather than sealed off from it. If so, then mortality awareness would have unfolded differently from the modern secular model. Death would not only be the observation that bodies stop, it would also be the repeated encounter with persons who continue to appear in non-waking states. The dead would remain socially active in ways the body alone could not account for. This possibility may help explain a curious feature of human mortuary behavior, the combination of care and caution. The dead are mourned, buried, painted, remembered, and sometimes fed symbolically or given objects. But they are also feared. Graves are avoided. Bones are controlled. Bodies are constrained, burned, sealed, dismembered, or watched. In many societies, the dead are both beloved and dangerous. Dreams could be one source of that ambivalence. A dead relative appearing peacefully in one dream and threateningly in another does not support a simple emotional category. It supports exactly the mixture so common in human death culture, longing entwined with dread. There is also the question of the self. As long as death is understood only externally, it remains something observed in others. Dreams may have helped internalize it. To see the dead in sleep is also to discover that the mind can generate a person in their absence. That realization could cut in multiple directions. It might comfort, suggesting survival in another mode. It might frighten, suggesting the living are never entirely free of the dead. It might also provoke a deeper thought. If the dead can still appear, then perhaps something in a person is not identical to the body. This is not yet philosophy in any formal sense, but it is the raw material from which dualisms later grow. Body here, presence elsewhere, corpse below ground, person in dream, mortality becomes split. The archaeological record cannot confirm dreams directly, but it may preserve indirect consequences of them. Reopened graves, curated skulls, house burials, offerings, or the maintenance of relationships with the dead all fit a world in which the dead remain experientially active. Again, caution is essential. These behaviors can arise from many causes, yet the convergence is difficult to ignore. Once humans repeatedly dream the dead, burying them may no longer feel like an ending. It may feel more like a relocation into another category of existence, distant perhaps, but not null. This is where mortality becomes especially difficult to bear in one sense and easier to bear in another. Harder, because the dead do not vanish cleanly from consciousness. Easier, because the mind can imagine continuity. No single explanation fully accounts for why humans everywhere seem drawn towards some version of afterlife, ancestor presence, spirit survival, or post-mortem agency. But dream experience is one of the strongest universal candidates. It creates evidence of a kind not public. Measurable evidence, but private and emotionally compelling evidence. Ancient mourners did not need metaphysics first. They needed only to sleep. There is a dry, almost cruel irony here. The same cognitive sophistication that allows humans to understand death may also prevent them from accepting it fully. Memory reanimates the dead by day. Dreams do the same by night. Imagination, grief, and attachment keep reopening the grave in the mind. If mortality awareness began as the realization that life ends, it may almost immediately have generated the counter-pressure that life somehow does not end completely. Humans become the animal caught between the evidence of the corpse and the experience of continued presence. Everything later, souls, ghosts, ancestors, judgment, rebirth, underworlds, heavens may grow from that unresolved tension. The dead, then, are not only remembered, they are encountered. A mother hears a dead child cry in sleep. A hunter dreams of a dead brother walking beside him before the next expedition. An elder dying of fever reports seeing those already buried. A camp interprets these moments through whatever frameworks it possesses, and those frameworks gradually thicken into tradition. Perhaps certain dreams are spoken aloud by morning. Perhaps some are kept secret. Perhaps children are warned about the dead because adults themselves have felt their nearness too strongly. What begins as private experience can become collective worldview surprisingly quickly when repeated often enough across generations. It is also possible that dreams gave early humans a model for death itself. Sleep already resembles a small disappearance. The sleeper lies still, eyes closed, seemingly absent to waking awareness, then returns. Many languages and traditions later pair sleep and death symbolically for precisely this reason. Prehistoric people may have done the same long before such ideas were written down. If the sleeping person goes elsewhere temporarily and the dreamer meets the dead there, then death may begin to look like a longer, stranger journey rather than a simple stopping. This would not erase fear, but it would change its shape. Mortality becomes passage as much as termination. That change matters because it prepares the ground for myth before myth is formalized. Once the dead are believed to remain somehow reachable in dreams, in darkness, in altered states, in caves, in winds, in remembered places the imagination has room to populate the unseen. The first afterlives may not have been grand moral systems. They may have been much simpler and much more intimate. The dead linger nearby. The dead travel somewhere under the earth. The dead visit in sleep. The dead require care. The dead can bless or trouble the living. Such ideas do not need writing or priesthood to exist. They need only minds that dream vividly and grieve deeply. This may be one reason symbols in graves matter so much. Once the dead are imagined as present beyond the body, objects buried with them gain a new possible logic. They are not only memory markers for the living, They may be provisions, identifiers, comforts, or safeguards for the dead themselves. The grave is no longer merely a sealed site of decay. It becomes a threshold between visible and invisible worlds. That threshold may have first opened not in theology but in sleep. And if so, then one of the most important moments in the history of mortality did not happen around a grave at all. It happened when someone who had already buried the dead closed their eyes and found them standing there again. The body was gone into earth, but the person returned in the dark with unbearable clarity. That experience would have made simple biological finality emotionally impossible. Humans could never again know death only as stillness. They would know it also as return, as visitation, as absence that does not behave like absence should. So by the time dreams of the dead enter the story, and they almost certainly do, however far back we place them, mortality has become more than a fact, more than a wound, even more than a ritual problem. It has become an invisible landscape layered over the visible one. Bodies lie in graves, but persons still move through memory, dream, fear, and expectation. The species is now living in two worlds at once, one where the dead are undeniably dead, and another where they remain stubbornly, vividly near. Between those worlds, human culture will spend the next tens of thousands of years trying to build an explanation. Eventually, the dead stop being only other people. That is the final and most difficult turn. A child can understand that a grandparent has vanished. A hunter can lose a companion. A group can bury its old and remember them around the fire. All of that is already enough to reshape behavior, memory, and ritual. But there is another threshold, harsher than grief and more intimate than burial. It arrives when the mind takes the pattern it has seen in others and applies it inward without escape. Not they die, I die. Not someday for the old, the weak, the unlucky. Someday for me. That realization may not arrive in one clean moment, and it may not feel the same in every life or every culture. Yet once it becomes possible, human consciousness acquires a permanent weight. This may be the most transformative thought our species ever learned to carry. Fire, tools, language, and cooperation changed what humans could do, but the knowledge of personal death changed what humans were. It placed a limit inside every plan. It made the future double-edged. To imagine tomorrow was no longer only useful, it was dangerous, because the farther forward the mind reached, the more easily it could encounter its own absence. The same intelligence that helped humans survive now exposed them to anticipatory dread. Mortality ceased to be a pattern in the world and became a condition of the self. How early did that happen? There is no bone, pigment trace, or stone flake that can answer directly. Archaeology cannot excavate the first fully self-aware fear of death. What it can show is the slow assembly of the capacities that make such fear possible: long memory, future planning, symbolic thought, social attachment, burial, care for the impaired, curation of the dead, dream-rich imagination, and the ability to understand oneself as a continuous being moving through time. Once enough of those capacities are present together, the inward turn becomes increasingly likely. The evidence remains incomplete, but by the later phases of archaic humans, and certainly by early Homo sapiens, the mental architecture required for personal mortality awareness is difficult to deny. It may not begin with philosophy. More likely it begins with recognition in ordinary life. A hand once steady now trembles. A runner cannot keep pace as before. Teeth crack and wear down. Breath shortens in the cold. Wounds heal more slowly. Children grow while parents stoop. the body becomes a teacher long before any formal belief system exists. Mortality enters awareness not as an abstract theorem, but as a comparison between what one was and what one is becoming. To age, even slightly, is to feel time inside flesh. That sensation may have been one of the oldest routes to self-mortality. The body itself begins to whisper that it is not permanent. In prehistoric life, that whisper would often have been loud. Survival left marks everywhere. Scar tissue, broken fingers, damaged knees, arthritic joints, missing teeth, chronic pain, limps, reduced strength, diminished vision. Many ancient skeletons preserve the traces of bodies that endured and deteriorated simultaneously. A person carrying such damage does not need a metaphysical breakthrough to suspect that they are vulnerable. They feel fragility in movement itself. And when they have already seen others with similar decline disappear into graves, the connection becomes harder to avoid. The same sequence that took them may be taking me. One lesser known but important aspect of this is prognosis by analogy. Humans are pattern recognizers. If a certain fever kills repeatedly, if a particular injury tends not to heal, if old age follows familiar stages, then people begin forecasting fate from prior examples. This is immensely useful for practical care. It is also psychologically devastating. Once humans can infer that a present condition resembles one that ended in death before, they can anticipate their own end before it arrives. That anticipation may be one of the first truly existential burdens. The dying person is still alive enough to imagine no longer being alive. Few cognitive achievements are more painful. There is good reason to think that this burden did not fall equally on everyone or in the same way. Young, healthy adults may move through much of life with mortality awareness kept at the edge of attention, overridden by necessity, desire, rivalry, parenting, and routine. Serious illness, childbirth complications, grievous injury, famine, old age, and repeated mourning likely force the issue more directly. Scholars still debate how universal conscious death anxiety is across human cultures, and they are right to be careful. Not every society foregrounds individual extinction in the same emotional register. Some absorb mortality into collective lineage, cyclical cosmology, or everyday acceptance more smoothly than modern industrial cultures often do. Yet even where fear is not dominant, recognition still exists. The human animal knows, at some level, that its future includes a point beyond which it will not continue. This is where dread may have entered human life in a new form. Fear of a predator is immediate. Fear of winter is seasonal. Fear of injury is situational. Fear of one's own death can arrive with no immediate trigger at all. It can emerge in calm, in memory, in the middle of a successful hunt, in the sight of stars, in the weakness after recovery, in a dream, in the sudden knowledge that those older than you are vanishing and those younger are rising. It is detached from present danger and tied instead to inevitability. That makes it uniquely difficult to master. There is no enemy to strike, no path to outrun it permanently, no technique that abolishes it. Yet humans are not passive before this knowledge. The record of prehistory suggests many ways of pushing back. Burial gives structure, memory gives continuity, children give succession, symbols preserve identity, dreams offer return, care delays the end, ritual transforms helplessness into action. Each of these developments can be read as an adaptation to mortality not only socially, but inwardly. They make life more bearable for creatures who can foresee its limit, in that sense. Much of human culture may be understood as the management of a truth the brain is advanced enough to detect but not simple enough to ignore. There is a dry understatement buried in all this once humans can imagine their own death. Ordinary life becomes extraordinary in a new way. Food is no longer only nourishment, it is temporary fuel. Shelter is no longer only comfort, it is a brief defense against decay and accident. Love is no longer only bonding, it is attachment under the sign of future loss. Parenthood is no longer only reproduction, it is investment in a world one will eventually leave. Even success changes tone. The skilled hunter, the admired elder, the fertile parent, the gifted craftsperson, all achievements now take place within a frame that includes ending. Mortality does not merely threaten life from outside, it gives life urgency from within. This may also be where time itself changes meaning. Animals live in time, of course, but humans increasingly measure themselves against it. Once personal death is thinkable, life becomes finite duration rather than just ongoing experience. Seasons are counted differently. Age becomes a category. Birth and death start to define the arc of personhood. Even in pre-literate societies with no numerical calendrics in the later sense, humans can still perceive sequence, stages, generations, and the narrowing of possibilities. The old no more winters are behind them than ahead. The young become reminders of replacement. Mortality becomes social arithmetic. No single explanation fully accounts for how ancient humans emotionally balanced this knowledge. Some may have met it with resignation, others with terror, others with ritual confidence, others with a kind of practical silence. But whatever the emotional tone, the structural consequences are immense. Once a species knows it will die, it begins behaving in ways no merely reactive creature would. It plans beyond individual life. It stores value in offspring, story, place, and symbol. It seeks legacy. It asks what remains. Even without writing, this shift can already be felt. Graves preserve names before names are written because communities remember who lies where. Tools outlive owners. Skills are taught forward. Places become thick with predecessors. The self begins looking for continuance beyond the self. That search may explain why mortality often produces not only fear, but meaning-making. The question is not simply how do I avoid death, because eventually avoidance fails. The deeper question becomes what does my life belong to? If it ends, kinship is one answer, ancestors are another, place is another, craft, memory, offspring, ritual role, social honour, and participation in a wider order all become ways of easing the unbearable isolation of personal extinction. A single human life may end, but not everything it touched ends with it. That principle is old, perhaps older than civilization itself. Still, there are moments when no shared framework fully protects the individual mind. A badly injured hunter staring at a wound that will not close. A woman labouring through childbirth complications while others wait helplessly. An elder unable to rise easily, feeling each season strip away strength. A fevered person watching faces around the fire and understanding that soon they will be the face remembered rather than the one remembering. In such moments, mortality becomes naked. All the group's rituals and habits may remain, but the self must confront the irreducible fact that its own continuity is fragile. This may be where human solitude begins in its deepest form. And yet even here, the social world matters. No one learns mortality alone. The self borrows its fear, acceptance, and language from others. A dying person has seen others die. A child becoming aware of death watches adults respond to it. A mourner imagines their own end partly through the losses already endured. Mortality is inward, but it is socially taught. That may be why funerary customs become so powerful. They do not only honour the dead, they instruct the living in how to think about being next. This is perhaps the darkest gift of burial grounds and remembered bodies. They are evidence that death happened, but also rehearsal for one's own future. Every grave says two things at once. This person died. You will join them. It says this quietly, without doctrine, without argument, simply through repetition. Human beings are the animal that can stand in such places and understand both sentences. That understanding may not always be conscious, but once cultural memory deepens enough, it is never far away. By now, mortality is doing more than inspiring grief. It is reorganizing the human interior. Desire becomes sharper because time is limited. Attachment becomes riskier because loss is guaranteed. Courage becomes more meaningful because danger is understood. Compassion may deepen because suffering is recognized as universal. Cruelty may deepen too, because death's certainty can make power over others intoxicating. Mortality does not make humans noble by itself. It makes them complicated. It widens the range of what emotional life can hold. That widening may be the true beginning of existential humanity, not simply tool use, not simply language, but the condition of living while knowing that one will stop living. Everything that follows in later history, epics, tombs, sacrifices, laws, lineage systems, ancestor cults, philosophies, salvation doctrines, meditations on impermanence builds on this inward turn. Before any of those elaborations, there is a quieter, older event. A human mind seeing death not just in the still body of another, but in the shape of its own future. And once that happens, there is no return to innocence. The world is the same in one sense. Rivers still run, animals still migrate, children still laugh, cold still comes, wounds still hurt, but all of it is now viewed by a creature who knows that none of it can be kept forever. This is the fear of vanishing, not merely of pain, not merely of loss, but of personal disappearance. Humans may answer that fear with story, ritual, offspring, memory, and monument. They may soften it or deny it or turn it into discipline, but they never quite escape it. The first moment our ancestors truly understood mortality may be lost to time. Its consequences are not. They are still with us, quietly shaping every life lived under the knowledge that it will end. Long before anyone writes a sacred text, mortality is already teaching people how to tell stories. In fact, it may be one of the oldest pressures behind storytelling itself. A death leaves a silence that ordinary description cannot quite fill. The body is gone or buried. The person remains in memory, but memory alone is unstable. It fades, distorts, fractures across generations. If the dead are to remain meaningful, something has to carry them forward more reliably than grief. That something is story. A life becomes narratable precisely because it has ended. And once enough lives have ended, enough graves have accumulated, enough dreams have unsettled the living, and enough children have asked where the missing have gone. Myth begins to grow in the space between fact and loss. At first, this does not require gods in any formal sense. It may begin with simpler things. The dead continue somewhere. The dead watch. The dead return in dreams. The dead dislike neglect. The dead can help or trouble the living. Certain places are close to them. Certain times of year feel nearer to them than others. These are not yet systems. They are orientations, clusters of intuition, remembered warnings, inherited gestures. What survives in the record suggests that long before writing, humans were already living in symbolic worlds rich enough to support such ideas. Burials had become intentional, objects entered graves, pigment marked bodies, bones were curated, place and memory were linked. The evidence remains incomplete, but no single explanation fully accounts for all this without allowing that unseen continuities had begun to matter. Oral tradition changes mortality because it stretches the dead across time. A burial may preserve a body in place. A story preserves a person in motion. It keeps them active in the minds of those born after they died. This matters enormously. Once the dead can survive in narrative, they no longer belong only to direct mourners. They become ancestors, founders, cautionary figures, remembered sufferers, exemplars of skill, failure, bravery, foolishness, endurance, or violation. Their deaths can explain why a path is avoided, why a cave is feared, why a ritual must be done properly, why a certain clan carries a duty, why a river bend is sacred, why a season is marked with restraint. Mortality becomes a teacher, and story is the instrument through which it teaches. One of the great hidden powers of myth is that it makes death intelligible, without needing to make it factually solvable. A person dies. The immediate cause may be obvious enough: wound, illness, childbirth, winter, old age, fall, snakebite, rival violence. But the deeper question always remains: why do beings who love, plan, remember, and care have to disappear at all? Why does one child live and another not? Why do the strong fall beside the weak? Why does the body fail after years of knowledge have accumulated inside it? Science, much later, will answer some of these questions in biological terms. It will not eliminate the emotional demand for meaning. Oral tradition enters that gap early. It does not end uncertainty. It gives uncertainty shape. This is probably why so many later myths across the world include origin stories for death itself. Death arrives because a message was lost, because a taboo was broken, because an ancestor failed, because a trickster interfered, because the moon renews but humans do not, because a snake shed its skin and humanity did not, because a road between worlds was sealed. The specific forms vary enormously, but the pattern is strikingly consistent. People do not merely accept death as a brute fact. They narrate how death entered the human condition. That impulse likely has deep prehistoric roots. Once humans fully understand mortality, they begin asking not just how to endure it, but why it exists in the first place. Myth is one of the earliest ways of answering without evidence. And myth may not have begun as abstract speculation around a fire by people with leisure to philosophize. It may have begun in grief. A child dies, and someone older tries to explain the unbearable with an image rather than an argument. An elder dies, and their disappearance is folded into a remembered order that places them somewhere. A dangerous burial place acquires a story because stories help regulate fear. The dead return in dreams, and a narrative emerges to explain the return. Over generations, those narratives accumulate, overlap, and harden. They become tradition. They become what a people knows about why the world is arranged this way. Mortality, then, is not merely one topic among many inside myth. It may be one of the engines that makes myth necessary. One lesser known but important clue comes from the relationship between ancestors and land. In many non-literate and early literate societies, myth does not float free as entertainment. It is anchored to particular places, rocks, rivers, caves, trees, ridges, burial grounds, migration paths, old camps. That suggests something important about prehistoric storytelling too. Mortality was likely mapped onto geography. The dead were not only remembered in words, they were remembered in locations. A hill became the place where an ancestor lay, where a great loss occurred, where the first burial happened, where certain bones were kept, where a dream was received, story and landscape fused. Once that happened, death ceased to be only an event in time, it became part of territory itself. That fusion may also explain why some oral traditions place ancestors not in distant heavens but under the ground, within mountains, across rivers, beyond horizons, or in transformed versions of familiar places. Such imagery feels rooted in burial, travel, and the observable world, before complex cosmologies split the universe into elaborate moral realms. The dead may simply have gone nearby but elsewhere below, beyond, behind, inward, westward, into darkness, into the hill, into the cave, into the place from which dreams and echoes returned. These are not childish explanations. They are explanations built from the sensory materials available to people who live very close to land and death at the same time. Story also solves another problem. Mortality creates social continuity. If a group is to survive beyond one generation, it needs more than food and tools. It needs remembered patterns. Who belongs to whom? What obligations persist? Which marriages are allowed? Which routes are safe? Which places must be revisited? Which wrongs remain active? Which dead require naming? Which lineages hold authority? Writing will eventually do some of this work. Before writing, stories carry it. And because death constantly removes living memory from the world, storytelling becomes a defense against human erasure. The dead survive as structure inside the community. This is where ancestors begin to emerge not just as departed people, but as active categories. An ancestor is not simply someone who died earlier. An ancestor is someone whose death did not cancel their relevance. Oral tradition grants that continued relevance by repeating names, deeds, lineages, and lessons. In this sense, ancestry is one of humanity's oldest answers to personal mortality. A person may die, but they persist in descendants, in places, in obligations, in remembered acts, in the stories told to children who never saw their face. That persistence is not eternal in a literal sense, but it is powerful enough to alter how death is felt. The individual vanishes, the lineage does not. Of course, oral memory has limits. It shortens, embellishes, forgets, and collapses many lives into a few larger figures. Over time, remembered people become culture heroes, first mothers, founding hunters, lawgivers, tricksters, protectors, betrayers. Historical individuals blur into mythic ones. That process is not a failure of memory. It is one of memory's oldest forms of adaptation. The dead survive best when attached to strong narrative shapes. The ordinary are lost first. The striking are retained. Mortality therefore reshapes not only belief but selection. Communities remember the dead by turning some of them into stories large enough to outlast forgetting. Scholars still debate how far back true mythic thought can be projected. It is wise to be cautious. A grave with ochre is not a complete cosmology. A dream report leaves no trace in stone. A curated skull does not automatically imply an ancestor cult. But once symbolic burial, long memory, dream-rich experience, and intergenerational teaching all exist together, the soil is ready. The exact myths are lost. The conditions that made myth almost inevitable are not. Humans had all the necessary ingredients long before the first written epics or funerary texts appeared. There is another reason mortality pushes people toward myth justice. Death is rarely fair. It strikes infants and elders, the kind and the cruel, the skilled and the foolish, often without proportion. For a species capable of moral feeling, this randomness is intolerable if left wholly uninterpreted. Oral traditions often respond by bending death into a larger order. Perhaps the dead join ancestors who judge them. Perhaps violations bring restless spirits. Perhaps the proper dead rest and the badly handled dead linger dangerously. Perhaps death is not random after all, but embedded in obligations humans only partly understand. Whether such frameworks were already fully formed in deep prehistory is impossible to prove, but the need that later produced them, the need to rescue death from pure chaos, was almost certainly already present. This helps explain why early sacred storytelling often concerns boundaries between life and death, human and animal, surface and below, village and wild, kin and stranger, lawful corpse and dangerous corpse. Mortality is one of the places where categories break down most violently. A dead person looks human and is not human. A dream of the dead feels real and is not waking reality. A bone is body and object at once. Myth specializes in managing such contradictions. It gives language to what refuses clean classification. In that sense, myth is not a primitive mistake waiting to be corrected. It is a deep human technology for holding impossible facts. And once that technology exists, it begins to feed back into burial and memory practices. Graves become story sites. Objects gain traditional meanings. Colours acquire cosmological resonance. Certain death customs become compulsory because they are now tied to ancestral precedent. The living do not invent each response from scratch. They inherit a narrative world already shaped by earlier deaths. Mortality thus becomes cumulative, not only biologically and emotionally, but culturally. Every generation receives a map of death drawn by the generations before it. This is also why the dead begin to matter to people who never knew them. Oral tradition creates second-hand grief, second-hand reverence, second-hand fear. A child can tremble at the name of an ancestor buried centuries earlier because the story has kept that ancestor socially alive. A community can defend a landscape because it holds the dead of the lineage. A ritual can be repeated faithfully because to neglect it would insult those no longer living, through story. Mortality escapes the boundaries of personal memory and enters collective time. By now, death has changed almost every layer of human existence. Bodies are buried, bones are curated, symbols enter graves, dreams trouble the nights, children learn absence early, the self recognizes its own future end. What myth adds is scale. It widens mortality beyond the single life and places it into a shared account of how the world works. Not a scientific account, not a neutral one, but a human account, one capable of binding grief, fear, duty, and landscape into a form that can survive retelling. So before writing ever fixed funerary beliefs into text, humanity was already building its first invisible libraries of death. They were carried in memory, in spoken lineage, in ritual phrases, in cautionary tales, in songs around fire, in names attached to hills and caves, in warnings given to the young, in explanations offered to the bereaved. These early sacred stories were not luxuries added after survival was secured. They were part of survival itself. Because creatures who know they will die need more than food and shelter. They need a way to place death inside the world without letting it shatter the world entirely. That may be the deepest function of myth before writing. It does not make mortality disappear, it makes it livable. It says the dead have not simply been erased, they have been incorporated into place, into kinship, into memory, into warning, into destiny, into the larger human attempt to believe that endings, however final they appear in the body, can still belong to some intelligible order. Whether that order was true in any ultimate sense is not something archaeology can answer. What archaeology can show is that by the time writing appears, humans have already been living with death imaginatively for a very long time. Sooner or later, memory alone is no longer enough. Stories can carry the dead across generations, but stories are fragile. They depend on voices, on faithful repetition, on children listening, on elders surviving long enough to teach what must not be forgotten. Graves disappear under weather, bones scatter, camps are abandoned, rivers change course, trees grow through old ground. The dead, if left only to memory, drift steadily towards silence. And so another human answer to mortality begins to rise from the earth stone, timber, mound, wall, chamber, marker, platform, pillar. The dead are no longer remembered only in minds and stories. They are fixed into landscape deliberately. Mortality becomes architecture. This is one of the most revealing developments in the long history of death, because it shows that humans had begun to resist not just dying, but being forgotten. A burial conceals a body. A monument preserves the fact of burial. The distinction is profound. Once people begin building above or around the dead in durable form, they are no longer addressing only immediate grief or corpse management. They are speaking to the future. They're telling those not yet born that someone lies here, that this place matters, that memory should not be allowed to evaporate. What survives in the record suggests that this turn did not happen everywhere at once, and did not follow a single path, but across many regions, especially as populations grew and communities became more anchored to particular lands. The dead began to acquire structures. At first these structures may be modest, a cairn of stones, a mound raised over a grave, a boundary of slabs, a repeated burial area marked by subtle terrain changes, a place returned to generation after generation until memory and soil thicken together. Later, in many parts of the world, the scale expands dramatically. Megalithic tombs, chambered graves, tumuli, passage graves, mortuary enclosures, cairn fields, dolmens, barrows, ancestor houses, funerary platforms. These belong to later stages than the first burials, of course, but they reveal the direction of change with unmistakable clarity. The dead are now shaping construction effort, labour coordination, and social space on a scale far larger than a single funeral would require. Why build for the dead at all? The practical reasons are limited. A mound may protect a grave somewhat. A chamber may shield remains. A marker may help locate a burial. But the labour often exceeds mere practical need. Hauling large stones, organising workers, aligning structures, returning repeatedly to a mortuary place, these acts consume time and energy in ways that only make sense if the dead are socially powerful. And socially powerful they have become. Ancestors now anchor claims, identity, and continuity. A monument says that this person or these people still matter enough to organise the living. This is where mortality becomes visibly political as well as emotional. A marked grave can define belonging. A mound can make lineage visible. A communal tomb can gather generations into one remembered body of ancestors. The land itself begins to look occupied not only by the living, but by prior dead whose presence strengthens the claims of those still walking above them. Scholars still debate the balance of motives in early monumentality: religious, territorial, social, commemorative, cosmological, but no single explanation fully accounts for why communities invest so much labor in funerary structures, unless the dead have become central to how the living understand themselves. One lesser known but important feature of many early monuments is that they are not always built for isolated individuals. Collective burials become increasingly significant in many regions. Bones of multiple people are gathered in chambers, re-entered, rearranged, and added to over time. This changes the meaning of death again. Instead of a grave preserving one body in one moment, a tomb can accumulate generations. The dead become a community of their own. Individual mortality is absorbed into collective ancestry. That may be one of humanity's most powerful defenses against the fear of vanishing. Alone, a person dies. Within the tomb, they join an enduring chain. Such structures also alter time. A simple burial responds to a death that has already happened. A monument remains active afterward. It can be revisited, repaired, expanded, approached with ceremony, used to orient gatherings, or incorporated into seasonal movement. It lives on as a point of contact between generations. Children grow up seeing it. Adults pass it repeatedly. Elders know who lies within, or at least who is said to lie within. The monument teaches memory without words simply by enduring. It does what oral tradition alone struggles to do. It keeps death visible across long stretches of time. This matters because durability is one of the great human obsessions once mortality is fully understood. The body fails quickly, voice fades, flesh decays, but stone can remain, earthworks can remain, timber, if renewed, can remain in form if not in substance. To build a tomb is to borrow endurance from material things that outlast the body. That impulse may be one of the earliest clear signs that humans had begun thinking not only about death, but about oblivion, the second death of being forgotten entirely. A monument fights that second death, even if only temporarily. There is also a spatial transformation here. Earlier, graves created places of the dead. Monuments amplify them into landmarks. They change how the living move through the world. A ridge is no longer just a ridge if ancestors rest beneath a mound. A valley passage becomes more than a route if it leads past standing stones tied to the dead. A chambered tomb can turn a patch of ground into ceremonial centre, memory storehouse, territorial claim, and cosmological marker all at once. Mortality begins shaping geography in durable, visible ways. The dead, hidden below, start directing the paths of the living above. In some cases, monuments may also have functioned as devices for social cohesion. Building for the dead requires cooperation. Labour must be organised, materials gathered, knowledge transmitted, ritual or customary authority asserted. People must agree, or be made to agree, that the effort is worthwhile. In that sense, funerary construction can help create community at the same time that it honours mortality. A group comes together not just because one person died, but because the management of death has become part of the group's identity. The monument is therefore not only about the dead, it is about the living proving to themselves that they belong to something larger and more durable than any single lifespan. This is one reason funerary architecture can feel both solemn and defiant. It accepts mortality while refusing insignificance. The dead body is gone into earth, but above it rises evidence that the person or lineage will not be surrendered quietly to time. A mound on the horizon, a chamber cut into stone, a ring of markers around a burial ground, each says that death has occurred. but also that memory has been organized against erasure. In this sense, monuments are arguments made in soil and rock. They argue that some lives, some relationships, some ancestors deserve persistence beyond decomposition. Of course, not every monument is a pure expression of reverence. As with all human responses to death, hierarchy and power soon become entangled with memory. Some individuals receive greater structures than others. Some lineages dominate the visible landscape through the scale of their tombs. Some communal monuments may conceal internal inequalities, while others deliberately display them. Mortality does not erase status. It often intensifies it. A large tomb can be both a memorial and a claim of superiority. The dead can still be used by the living. That too is part of the story. The management of memory is never innocent for long. Still, even where power is involved, the underlying fear remains recognizable. People build big for the dead because small things disappear. They gather stones because flesh dissolves. They raise mounds because names alone may fail. They orient chambers to sun, horizon, or season, because they want the dead placed inside a larger order that outlasts biography. Scholars still debate how much astronomical or cosmological significance should be read into early tomb alignments, and caution is wise. Yet even without overclaiming, it is clear that many funerary structures were thoughtfully placed. Death had become too important to handle casually. One especially haunting aspect of early monuments is their repetitive use. Many tombs were opened again and again. New bodies were added, old bones were moved, chambers were cleared, sorted, revisited, and re-entered. This tells us that monuments were not static memorials in the modern sense. They were active institutions of mortality. The dead remained involved in the life of the group. The tomb was a place of return. That return may have reinforced the sense that ancestors were not fully gone but still gathered, still near, still accessible through proper approach. Architecture made that relationship durable. There is a dry irony in all this. The more humans feared oblivion, the more they covered the land with reminders of it. Mounds, cairns, tombs, chambers, markers. These are all evidence that mortality had become central enough to reorganize labor and imagination. A passerby who sees such structures cannot avoid the message entirely. People die here. People were remembered here. People built this because forgetting was intolerable. In that sense, monuments teach mortality even to those who did not know the dead personally. They extend grief into public instruction. This public quality changes the cultural weight of death. Earlier, burial and memory may have remained close to kin and immediate community. Monuments broaden the audience. Outsiders see them. Descendants who know only fragments of the original story still inherit the structure. Even when names vanish, the form remains and continues to imply significance. That is one of the strangest and most powerful features of funerary architecture. It can survive after the memory it was meant to preserve has partly collapsed. A tomb outlasts explanation. A mound remains after its builder's voice is gone. Mortality, once fixed into architecture, continues speaking even when language fails. This may be one reason so many ancient funerary structures feel emotionally charged even now. We often no longer know the exact rites, names, songs, or beliefs attached to them, yet their intention still reaches us. Someone built against forgetting. Someone shaped earth and stone because the dead mattered too much to leave unmarked. Someone stood where we stand and knew, as we know, that memory is fragile and time is ruthless. Across thousands of years, that recognition remains legible. By now, the human response to mortality has become cumulative in a new way. Bodies are buried, symbols enter graves, dreams trouble the night, stories carry ancestors forward, and now the landscape itself begins to hold memory in durable form. This is not yet the bureaucratic tomb world of states and priesthoods, but it is already more than intimate mourning. It is collective remembrance made material. The dead are no longer just beneath the ground. They are in the horizon line, in the route of seasonal return, in the place where ceremony gathers, in the structure children are taught not to disturb. So when monuments rise over graves, humanity crosses another threshold. Mortality is no longer only an internal burden, a family grief, a ritual duty, or a narrative problem. It has become a built environment. The species that once stared in confusion at still bodies by firelight is now moving stone, shaping earth, and inscribing absence into geography. That does not solve death. It does something more recognizably human. It gives death permanence in forms that resist the body's own impermanence. And perhaps that is the heart of all funerary architecture, from the humblest cairn to the grandest tomb. It is not simply a house for the dead, it is a weapon, however fragile, against oblivion. Not a perfect one. Wind will erode it, rivers will undercut it, looters will enter, memory will thin, civilizations will collapse. But for a while, sometimes for astonishingly long stretches of time, it holds the line. It tells the future that someone was here, that someone was loved or feared or claimed or honoured, and that the living once refused to let the dead disappear without a mark. By the time villages thicken into towns and towns harden into the first states, death is no longer only a family matter or a local custom passed around a fire. It is becoming organised, what earlier generations had handled through kin memory, shared labour, burial habit. An inherited story now begins to move into systems, formal spaces for the dead, specialised rituals, ranked burials, official calendars of mourning, priestly oversight, and increasingly elaborate ideas about what lies beyond the grave. Mortality has not changed in its basic fact. Bodies still fail, children still lose parents, elders still disappear from daily life, but the scale of society has changed, and with it the management of death. Civilization does not solve mortality, it administers it. This shift is one of the most important in the human story because it reveals how deeply death had already shaped culture before writing and bureaucracy ever appeared. The first cities did not invent reverence for the dead from nothing. They inherited tens of thousands of years of burial, memory, symbol, dream, story, and monument. What they added was structure on a new scale. Once populations grew large enough that not everyone knew one another personally, the old intimate methods of carrying the dead became insufficient on their own. Social order required standardized practices. Who may be buried where, what goods accompany whom, which bodies demand special treatment, which days belong to mourning, which words must be spoken, which officials oversee the transition. Mortality becomes part of governance. The earlier states and complex agricultural societies make this especially visible in Mesopotamia, Egypt, the Indus world, early dynastic China, the Nile Valley chiefdoms before pharaonic consolidation, the early Andean ceremonial centres, and elsewhere. Death increasingly enters the architecture of power. Tombs become more differentiated. Ancestors may be linked to kingship. Priesthoods and ritual specialists mediate between living communities and unseen realms. Writing, when it emerges, begins to fix funerary formulas and names against forgetting. What survives in the record suggests that by this stage, humans were no longer merely responding to death as loss. they were embedding it into institutions. Egypt is perhaps the most famous example, though it should not be mistaken as the only model. There, the dead became inseparable from state power in a spectacular way. Tombs grew into monumental programs. Bodies of elites were preserved with extraordinary effort. Grave goods multiplied. Texts eventually appeared to guide or protect the dead. The afterlife was not left to vague intuition. It was described, navigated, judged, and ritualized. But this elaboration did not appear in a vacuum. It rests on much older human impulses already visible in prehistory, preserving identity, provisioning the dead, tying lineage to place, resisting oblivion, and imagining some continuity beyond bodily collapse. Egypt turned those impulses into administrative magnificence. Mesopotamia offers a different but equally revealing pattern. There, urban life and written records show concern for proper burial, offerings to ancestors, and the uneasy status of the dead in the underworld. The afterlife was often not envisioned as a radiant reward, but as a shadowed continuation requiring ongoing care from descendants. This is important because it reminds us that formal death systems need not promise comfort. Sometimes they simply codify dependence between living and dead. Ancestors require offerings. The unburied or neglected dead become restless or deprived. Mortality is managed not through optimism, but through obligation. The dead remain part of society because society has rules for them. One lesser-known but striking consequence of this institutionalization is that death begins to reveal inequality with brutal clarity. In earlier foraging and village contexts, differences in burial treatment already existed, but with the rise of states they often become much sharper. Some are buried with abundant goods, attendants, or impressive tomb architecture. Others vanish into simpler graves or leave little trace at all. The dead are now sorted visibly by rank. Mortality remains universal, but its social presentation becomes highly unequal. This is one of civilization's great contradictions. Death humbles everyone biologically, yet cultures repeatedly use death to display hierarchy. That contradiction can be seen in royal tombs, elite cemeteries, sacrificial attendants, mortuary feasting, and funerary landscapes that center certain bodies far more than others. For example, the royal cemetery preserves striking evidence of richly furnished burials, including attendants who appear to have died in connection with elite funerary display. In ancient China, later though still early in the long arc, elite tombs fill with bronzes, jades, chariots, and sometimes human sacrifice. In early Egypt, subsidiary burials near royal graves suggest that power extended beyond the ruler's life into the treatment of others' deaths as well. These cases differ in meaning and chronology, but together they show that once death becomes institutional, it also becomes a stage for authority. The dead can still command labor, wealth, and bodies. Yet even these extreme examples rest on something more ordinary and more widely shared: the need to make mortality manageable for large communities. Priests, mourners, embalmers, grave workers, tomb builders, lamentation specialists, and ritual officials emerge because the dead require handling at scale. That emergence is revealing. It shows that death had become too socially important to leave entirely to improvisation. Expertise forms around it. There are now right and wrong ways to move a body, purify a house, feed an ancestor, close a tomb, recite a formula, or identify the proper place of remains. Mortality has become professionalized. This professionalization changes emotional life as well. In smaller communities, death is handled almost entirely by those who knew the person. In larger societies, strangers may help wash, wrap, transport, embalm, mourn, or entomb the body. The intimate and the institutional begin to overlap. A family grieves, but a system receives the dead. This can intensify the sense that death belongs not only to kin, but to the wider social order. It can also create distance. Ritual precision may steady grief, but it may also conceal the rawness beneath layers of required performance. That tension between personal sorrow and public form remains one of the enduring features of civilized death. Writing alters the picture again. Once names can be inscribed, the dead gain a new kind of endurance. Story and monument already fought forgetting. Writing lets memory become more exact, though never perfectly secure. A name on stone, a funerary formula, a list of offerings, a curse against tomb violation, a prayer for the dead, these fix mortality into record. The body dies, but text extends social presence. Scholars still debate how widely literacy affected everyday funerary practice in the earlier states, since writing was often restricted at first. But even limited writing changes cultural imagination. The dead can now be addressed across time by marks that outlast voice. This may be one of the most consequential developments in the entire history of mortality awareness. Before writing, the dead survive through memory, object, monument, and orally repeated identity. After writing, they can survive in name documentation. This does not abolish oblivion. Most ancient names are still lost, but it creates the possibility of preservation beyond living recall. A person may be remembered not only because descendants keep their story alive, but because a durable inscription remains. The administrative dead are born. The dead now exist in archives as well as in graves. No single explanation fully accounts for why civilizations build such elaborate death systems, but several pressures converge. Large populations need social order. Agricultural surplus permits specialized labor. Inequality creates pressure for visible distinction. Kingship seeks legitimacy through ancestry and cosmic order. Priestly classes expand their role by mediating uncertainty. Settled life intensifies attachment to burial grounds and ancestral land. Writing stabilizes doctrine and memory. Together, these forces turn mortality into an institutional domain. Death is no longer merely endured. It is processed through systems of meaning that reach far beyond the individual corpse. And yet, for all this complexity, the ancient emotional core remains recognizable. The texts, tombs, and rituals may differ widely, but beneath them lies the same burden that shaped the earliest burials. People still cannot bear for the dead to mean nothing. They still struggle with the gap between body and remembered person. They still fear what happens when burial is improper, memory fails, or the dead are left unattended. Civilization magnifies these concerns, but it does not invent them. It inherits them from firelit camps and cave graves, from ochre-stained bodies and bones kept close, from dreams and stories and the long ache of absence. This continuity is easiest to miss when looking at grand funerary systems, because the scale can make them seem alien. Pyramids, royal necropolises, mortuary temples, bureaucratic rites, texts for the afterlife, these belong to worlds far from the deep prehistoric camps where mortality first became visible in grief. Yet emotionally they are part of the same arc. The pyramid is a grave enlarged by state power. The funerary text is myth fixed in writing. The official priest is the distant descendant of the community member who once knew the correct gestures for the dead. The ancestor cult is memory organized into recurring obligation. Civilization does not abandon earlier responses to death, it formalizes them. There is also a darker consequence. Once death is systematized, it can be used more efficiently by power. States can command labor for tomb building. Elites can monopolize prestigious burial. Official doctrine can define whose afterlife matters more, whose mourning is legitimate, whose remains deserve honor, whose bones can be moved, sacrificed, or ignored. Mortality becomes not just a universal human condition, but a field of control. Even remembrance can be distributed unequally. Some are immortalized in stone, others disappear into anonymous ground. The politics of memory become inseparable from the management of the dead. Still, the institutional dead are not purely victims of system. In many societies, ordinary people also gain comfort from structure. Regular ancestor offerings preserve bonds, shared rituals ease grief, cemeteries gather communities across generations, the right burial protects both dead and living, fixed rites offer stability in moments of emotional chaos. Civilization may exploit mortality, but it also gives it containers large enough for complex societies to bear. Without such containers, the burden of death in crowded, settled worlds might have been even more destabilizing. By now, the human realization of mortality has completed another transformation. It began as shock before a still body. It deepened through memory, care, burial, symbol, dream, and story. Now it has entered law, administration, architecture, writing, and theology. The dead are not outside society. They are one of the things society is built to handle. Mortality has become civilizational infrastructure, and this sets the stage for one of the final questions in the whole story. Once death is clothed in so many rituals, monuments, and doctrines, what can we actually know about when humans first understood it? How much is solid evidence, and how much is our own need to see ourselves early and clearly in the deep past? The answer is not simple. The record is powerful, but it is also broken. Bones survive unevenly. Meanings decay faster than skeletons. Some graves speak loudly. Others leave almost nothing. We stand at the far end of a very long chain of mourning, trying to infer the first thoughts from the traces of later acts. That uncertainty does not weaken the story. It is part of the story. Mortality became real to humans long before it became fully legible to us. For all the weight of this story, there is a limit to what the evidence can truly reveal, and it is worth slowing down long enough to feel that limit clearly. We know that bodies were buried, we know that some were placed with care, we know that pigments, objects, curated bones, repeated tomb use, and monumental structures all appear across time in patterns too persistent to dismiss as accident. We know that injured individuals sometimes survived because others supported them. We know that later human societies everywhere developed myths, rituals, and systems around death elaborate enough to suggest very deep roots. What we do not know, and may never fully know, is exactly what it felt like inside the first mind that understood mortality as a personal fact. The dead leave traces, consciousness does not. This is the central difficulty in any honest account of when humans first realized they were mortal. The question sounds like it should have a single answer, as though somewhere there were a clean threshold with a date attached to it. There almost certainly was not. Realizations like this do not fossilize at the moment of arrival. They gather slowly, unevenly, and perhaps differently in different groups. One community may have developed stronger burial habits before another. One lineage may have possessed symbolic capacities that outpaced its neighbors. One individual mind may have felt anticipatory dread more sharply than those around it. Scholars still debate these issues because the evidence is indirect by nature. That debate is not a flaw in the field. It is the proper response to a problem where behavior survives better than thought. The strongest evidence comes not from any single site, but from convergence. Burial alone can sometimes be practical. Pigment alone can have many uses. Broken human bones alone can reflect hunger or violence. Dreams leave no direct record at all. But when the same broad pattern accumulates across time, care for the impaired, deliberate handling of corpses, repeated burial, symbolic accompaniment, special treatment of skulls, curated remains, enduring mortuary places, ancestor-oriented architecture, and later mythic systems, the overall picture becomes harder to resist. Humans, and likely some close human relatives, were not simply reacting to dead bodies. They were reorganizing life around the fact of death. That is not proof of identical inner experience to our own, but it is strong evidence of a growing awareness profound enough to alter behavior in durable ways. One of the most important scientific cautions is against assuming that every meaningful looking act must reflect modern symbolic thought in the full sense. Archaeologists have spent decades correcting earlier tendencies to either romanticize or underestimate prehistoric minds. Sometimes a pit really is just a pit. Sometimes bones are rearranged by geology, carnivores, roots, water, or later disturbance. Sometimes ochre is practical. Sometimes cut marks on human bones mean exactly what they mean on animal bones. Flesh was removed. It is possible to overread the record badly, especially when the modern imagination is eager to find spirituality or philosophy in every grave. The evidence remains incomplete, and restraint matters. Yet there is an equal and opposite danger: excessive minimalism. If one insists that no inner meaning can ever be inferred unless it is written down in words, then almost the entirety of prehistoric human mental life vanishes by definition. That cannot be right either. We infer planning from tools, cooperation from hunting patterns, social learning from technological continuity, and care from healed injuries. It would be strange to stop inference precisely where mortality becomes uncomfortable. A species that repeatedly spends energy on the dead, marks bodies symbolically, returns to graves, retains selected bones, and builds monuments over burials is not behaving as though death were a trivial biological inconvenience. Something deep is happening, even if its full subjective content remains beyond reach. This is why the best scientific position is neither certainty nor refusal. It is layered confidence. At the broadest level, confidence is high that human responses to death became increasingly structured over deep time. Confidence is also high that by the Middle and Upper Paleolithic, and perhaps earlier in some forms, death had acquired social and symbolic significance, extending beyond simple disposal. Confidence is more moderate when we ask exactly which early burials were intentional, whether Neanderthals consistently buried their dead, or how much specific grave accompaniments imply belief in an afterlife. Confidence drops further when we ask about the precise emotional life of individuals, the content of dreams, or the exact moment a person first understood their own mortality. There, science can outline conditions and probabilities, not deliver certainty. One lesser known but crucial point is that even modern humans do not experience mortality in one uniform way. Developmental psychology shows that children often understand death gradually, first as absence, then as stoppage, then as irreversibility, then as universality, and only later as something that includes themselves in a full abstract sense. Cultural anthropology shows enormous variation in how death is framed emotionally and socially. Some traditions foreground fear and judgment. Others stress continuity, ancestor presence, cyclical return, or practical acceptance. Some mourn loudly, others with restraint. Some see the dead as protectors, others as potentially dangerous. If modern humans vary this much, prehistoric humans almost certainly did too. There may never have been one first realization shared in identical form across the species. There were probably many realizations, layered and renewed across generations. This helps solve one of the false choices built into the question. Humans did not either understand mortality or fail to understand it, as though the difference were absolute. More likely there was a long gradient. Earlier hominins may have noticed dead companions, reacted with distress, and perhaps managed corpses in limited ways. Later, archaic humans may have developed stronger memory, care, and body handling without yet elaborating broad symbolic worlds. Neanderthals and early Homo sapiens may have crossed further thresholds into burial, curated remains, and richer symbolic association. Later Upper Paleolithic and Neolithic societies make those associations even more visible through ornamented graves, collective tombs, and enduring mortuary landscapes. Civilization then formalizes and writes down systems that had been growing for tens of thousands of years. The realization of mortality was not a single invention, it was an accumulation. There is also the problem of preservation bias, which quietly shapes the whole field. Many death practices leave little trace: surface exposure, cremation in certain conditions, temporary body treatment, perishable grave goods, spoken ritual, gestures, lamentation, dreams, and informal memorial acts can vanish almost completely. What archaeology finds, therefore, risks skewing our sense of what mattered most. A stone-lined tomb survives better than a mourning song. A pigment stain survives better than a dream told at dawn. A skull in a cave survives better than the months of grief that followed the burial. This means that the most visible evidence of mortality awareness may not always represent the most psychologically important aspects of it. The invisible parts — memory, attachment, fear, hope, anticipation — may have been central all along. What survives in the record suggests exactly that. The care of injured individuals, for example, may tell us as much about mortality awareness as any grave. To tend someone through pain is to live close to the possibility of losing them. To raise children over many years is to invest emotionally in futures that may fail. To sit around a fire in a long-lived social group is to feel absence after burial. These kinds of evidence are indirect, but they point toward a lived experience of death extending far beyond the grave itself. The grave is often what we can excavate. It is not the whole story. No single explanation fully accounts for why mortality becomes human in the powerful way it eventually does. Brain size alone is not enough. Some large-brained animals show sophisticated social behavior without leaving evidence of burial. Symbolic capacity matters, but symbols themselves may grow out of grief and memory rather than preceding them neatly. Language likely amplifies mortality awareness, but proto-forms of grief, corpse management, and anticipatory fear may predate fully modern language. Social complexity, long childhood, care, dreams, place memory, and intergenerational teaching all seem to matter. The most likely answer is not one key but a bundle. Mortality awareness emerged when enough cognitive, emotional, and social capacities overlapped to make death intolerably meaningful. And even then, meaning may not always have been comforting. Modern people often hope to find in prehistory evidence that ancient humans had serene beliefs about continuity, or a peaceful acceptance of death. Sometimes the record resists that hope. Some remains show violence. Some burials are ambiguous. Some dead seem carefully honoured. Others seem consumed, scattered, or poorly protected. The dead can be loved and feared at once. Human responses to mortality were probably always mixed. Tenderness, dread, practical necessity, hierarchy, memory, control, maybe even denial. That complexity is itself evidence of maturity. A species deeply aware of mortality does not necessarily become gentle. It becomes layered. This is why the archaeological debate matters so much. It is not a dry argument over pits and pigments alone. It is an argument over how early we're allowed to recognize ourselves in the deep past, and how careful we must be when doing so. If we project too much, we turn prehistory into a comforting mirror. If we project too little, we strip ancient humans of the depth their behaviors increasingly imply. The best approach is humility with courage, humble about what cannot be proven, courageous enough to follow the evidence where it strongly points. And where does it point toward a species, and perhaps more than one human species, that learned mortality gradually, socially, materially, and emotionally, first through the dead body, then through memory, then through burial and care, then through symbols, dreams, stories, monuments, and institutions. The exact first moment remains lost, but the direction of the arc is clear. Death moved inward. It became not only an event in the environment, but a fact carried inside the mind. That may be all science can honestly say, and it is already a great deal. Science can tell us that the awareness of death did not appear out of nowhere in a sudden philosophical flash. It was assembled over immense time through repeated exposure, expanding cognition, and collective behavior. It can tell us that many of the responses later associated with religion, ancestry, and civilization have roots deep in prehistory. It can tell us that some of our closest relatives likely stood closer to the same threshold than earlier generations of scholars once believed. And it can tell us that uncertainty is not failure here. Uncertainty is the natural shadow cast by a question that reaches into minds far older than any text. So when asking what science can actually know, the answer is both less and more than people sometimes want. Less, because we cannot name the first individual who understood they would die, cannot date the first dream that made the dead feel near, cannot prove the full content of the first burial's meaning. More, because the material record is rich enough to show a long, coherent transformation in how human beings treated the dead and arranged the living around them. That transformation is one of the clearest signatures of the species we became. And perhaps the final scientific honesty is this. The reason the question remains so compelling is that it has never stopped being ours. We study ancient graves not as detached observers, but as mortals looking backward for the beginnings of our own burden. We search for the first awareness of death because we still live inside its consequences. The scientists measuring sediment layers, cut marks, ochre traces, and burial positions are themselves part of the same long story. The evidence is incomplete, yes, but it is enough to reveal that somewhere in deep time, in more than one place and more than one form, humans crossed a threshold from encountering death to understanding it. The rest is interpretation, but that much is real. In the end, there may never have been a single first moment when humanity realized it was mortal. No one in the deep past stands up, looks at the horizon, and becomes fully human in an instant, because death has finally been understood. The transformation is slower than that, quieter, harder to see. It happens in pieces. A body is noticed and not abandoned. A grave is dug. A child is mourned not only for what was lost, but for what will never happen. An injured companion is fed through another winter. A skull is kept close. Red pigment touches the dead. Someone dreams of the buried and wakes unable to believe that absence is complete. A story forms to explain why life ends. A mound rises against forgetting. A name is preserved. A tomb becomes a center of memory. A civilization builds law and priesthood around the same old wound. Mortality does not enter human life once. It enters again and again, deepening each time, until eventually it sits beneath almost everything people make. That may be the clearest answer to the whole question. Humans did not simply realize they would die. They became the kind of beings who could not stop realizing it. Every advance in memory, imagination, social life, and symbolic thought made the fact more powerful. The same capacities that allowed for care, planning, beauty, and cooperation also made death harder to bear. A creature that remembers deeply cannot lose lightly. A creature that imagines the future cannot avoid imagining its own disappearance. A creature that loves across generations cannot treat death as a passing biological detail. Mortality became woven into what human consciousness was becoming, not added afterward like an unfortunate side effect. This is why the realization never ended. It is not only a prehistoric threshold left behind in caves and graves, it remains active in every later human world, because each generation must pass through it, again. Children still learn, slowly and with resistance, that death is irreversible. Adults still face the shock of first real bereavement. The old still feel the body becoming a record of passing time. Families still gather around the dying and search for words that do not exist in sufficient form. Civilization may surround all this with medicine, law, faith, philosophy, and ritual, but the underlying confrontation is ancient beyond measure. The first realization became permanent because it attached itself to the structure of human life itself, and once it did, culture began bending around it in almost every direction. Art becomes one answer. To paint, carve, ornament, sing, and shape form out of impermanence is already to resist vanishing. Ritual becomes another answer. It gives sequence to helplessness and pattern to loss. Kinship becomes another. The self extends into descendants when it cannot continue alone. Monuments rise because flesh decays too quickly. Myths grow because brute fact does not satisfy grief. Gods and ancestors gather because the dead remain too important to be left as matter only. Memory becomes sacred because forgetting starts to look like a second death. No single explanation fully accounts for all this cultural abundance, but beneath it lies one recurring pressure. Humans know they die, and they cannot live under that knowledge without making meaning. This does not mean mortality only produces nobility. It can also produce hierarchy, violence, denial, fear, and control. The dead can be used to justify power. Tombs can display inequality as much as reverence. Ancestors can be claimed to dominate land and lineage. Funeral systems can exclude, sort, or erase. The fear of death can make people cruel as easily as compassionate. That too belongs in the story. Knowing one will die does not automatically make a species wise. It makes the species restless. It widens emotional life in all directions at once. Humans become capable of tenderness sharpened by fragility, but also of obsession sharpened by impermanence. Still, across all that complexity, one thread remains remarkably consistent. The dead continue to matter. They matter materially, in bones, graves, and monuments. They matter socially, in lineage, inheritance, and obligation. They matter emotionally, in grief, memory, and the ache of missing. They matter symbolically, in stories, colours, objects, and names. They matter cosmologically, in ideas of soul, ancestor, fate, and afterlife. That persistence is itself evidence of how profound the realization became. A species that did not truly understand mortality would not build so much of its world around those who had already crossed into death. One lesser known but quietly powerful point is that mortality may also have helped create historical consciousness itself. To remember the dead is already to distinguish past from present in a structured way. To mark generations is to feel time as layered. To preserve names and places is to resist flattening experience into an endless now. In that sense, history begins not only with writing or state record, but with mourning. The dead force the living to ask who came before, what remains from them, and what will be left when those now living are also gone. Mortality turns time into inheritance. This may be why the human answer to death is never only about the afterlife. It is also about continuity within this life through children, places, tools, songs, stories, houses, customs, and traces left in the landscape. Even where no clear doctrine of survival beyond death exists, humans still act as though some part of life must outlast the individual. That impulse is prehistoric at its core. It is visible in burials with goods, in mounds over graves, in ancestor-focused storytelling, in the curation of bones, in the stubborn return to places where the dead lie. Before any philosopher asked what the soul is, ordinary people were already refusing to let the dead become nothing. And perhaps that refusal is the true legacy of the first realization. Once humans fully grasped mortality, they also discovered remembrance as a duty. The dead had to be carried somehow, if not in body, then in story, if not in story, then in object, if not in object, then in place, if not in place, then in lineage, if not in lineage, then in ritual repetition. Oblivion could be delayed, even if never defeated. Every grave marker, every ancestor tale, every funeral gesture, every name spoken after its owner is gone belongs to the same long rebellion against disappearance. At the same time, there is a harder wisdom in this history. Humans did not survive mortality by denying it completely. They survived it by learning to live beside it. Burial does not abolish death. Myth does not abolish death. Monument, priesthood, offspring, memory, art, and prayer do not abolish death. What they do is make room for life under its shadow. That may be the deepest human accomplishment in the whole story. Not immortality, but accommodation. Not victory over death, but the construction of meaning within its certainty. The species that first shuddered before the stillness of its dead eventually learned how to build families, worlds, and civilizations while carrying the knowledge that all of them were temporary. The archaeological record, for all its gaps, shows this again and again. Human beings become increasingly unwilling to treat death as mere disposal. They gather around it, organize around it, mark it, remember it, symbolize it, legislate it, and build above it. The pattern is too broad and too persistent to misunderstand at the highest level. Once mortality became real in the human mind, it began shaping everything from the smallest acts of care to the largest architecture of power. It reshaped emotional life, landscape, storytelling, politics, religion, and history itself. Few discoveries have had consequences so total, and yet the most moving part of the story may be how ordinary the beginning probably was. Not a revelation, not a throne of gods, not a carved doctrine. Just a few people somewhere in the deep past staying near a body longer than survival strictly required, refusing to walk away quickly, covering the dead, returning in memory, feeling the missing person persist where the body no longer could. That quiet insistence that a life mattered even after it ended may be where the whole human world of mortality truly began. From there the road is long, branching, and unfinished. It leads through Neanderthal caves, ochre burials, skull rituals, ancestor stories, collective tombs, royal cemeteries, sacred texts, and endless private griefs no archaeology will ever find. But the core remains the same. Humans first realized they were immortal when death ceased to be only something that happened and became something that had to be understood. They realized it when the dead became socially present, when absence acquired weight, when the future included personal disappearance, and when no purely practical response could quiet the meaning of that fact. They realized it not once, but repeatedly, until mortality became one of the permanent foundations of being human. And so, the moment never ended. It is still here, in every graveyard path, in every old photograph, in every story that begins with someone gone, in every parent watching a child grow while knowing they cannot follow forever, in every ritual, every monument, every whispered name at the edge of memory. The first humans who understood death did not leave us their words. They left us something larger, a species built around the knowledge that life is finite, and around the equally human refusal to let finitude be the whole meaning of life. The wind down begins in a quieter place than the story did. The fire is lower now. The work is done. The body has long since gone into earth, and the people who buried it are gone too. Their names did not survive. Their faces did not survive. Even the shape of their camp has mostly disappeared into soil, root, and stone. But something of what happened there remains, and it remains because it changed the species so completely that we still recognize it in ourselves. Someone stood in the dark and understood, however dimly, that a life could end and still continue to matter. That was enough. From that point forward, the human world would never again be made only of the living. The landscapes changed around them. Ice withdrew, forests spread, rivers shifted, villages rose, kingdoms formed, languages multiplied and vanished. Temples were built over older graves, tombs were looted, monuments collapsed, stories were forgotten and rewritten. Yet the old burden endured beneath all of it. Children still learned absence. Adults still carried memory like a second body. The dead still gathered silently in the mind, in the ground, in the names people kept speaking after the owners were gone. Every civilization inherited that burden already ancient. Perhaps that is why ancient burial places feel so still, in a way ordinary ruins do not. A collapsed wall is a sign of time. A grave is a sign of time felt by someone. It holds not just the fact that people once lived, but the fact that they knew they would not live forever. That knowledge settled into the earth with them. It passed forward, generation after generation, until it reached us. And here we are, at the far end of a chain of mourners so long that it disappears into prehistory. We study bones, ochre, tools, tombs, stories, and broken monuments, trying to find the beginning of our own unease. We never find a single beginning. We find traces instead. A hand laid where it did not have to be, a body covered, a place marked, a child remembered, a skull kept, a name written, a monument raised against forgetting, piece by piece. They form the outline of a truth older than history. Humans became human not only by learning how to live together, but by learning how to live with the dead. And maybe the final image is the simplest one. Night over an ancient camp, the fire collapsing into embers, beyond the light, the world vast and cold and full of things that do not care. Within the circle of light, a few people sitting quietly after burying one of their own. Nothing solved, nothing explained completely, only the strange new weight of knowing that this will happen again, and one day to each of them. And still, in the face of that, they stay together, they remember. They carry the story forward, they go on living.